stuff. All right, good stuff, guys. Thank you for being patient. I appreciate it. $2,400 raised so far. Haven't even started yet. We're gonna start right now. 11:20. We're 10 minutes early. Works out. Let me make sure everyone's here. Hello, hello, hello. Hello.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Hey, how you doing, baby? Yo, I'm so sorry that it cut into your thing. I really do apologize.
No, it's all good, man.
I thought it, I wanted you here for the, Dr. K part. I think that'd be huge since you're like an intelligent, well-spoken person. So,
Thanks, man.
No problem.
No, you're all good, man. I'm excited.
So am I. Thank you for being here. I think it's a good idea. I kept it at 8 people just to, stimulate more dialogue, right?
You have a great crew, man. This is fantastic.
Perfect. Okay, cool, awesome. Now we're just waiting on one person, but I think we can start. Okay. So, excuse the scuffness, of the podcast. That's why it's called the Scuff Podcast. I haven't figured out, I haven't figured out the camera cover. So I just decided to, it seems narcissistic of me, to use myself as a camera cover. But then, hey, we're Twitch streamers. I guess we are. Yeah. Anyways, okay, let's get started. That's a bad start. Okay. Anyways, welcome to Scuff Podcast 99, guys. Okay, let's start that over.
Oh, was that for us? I thought that was for the audience. Fuck yeah, baby.
Thank you for having us here.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Okay.
We got the crew. We're all set, man. Intro us in.
Perfect. Yep. I'm going to do that right now. I think, let me make sure she's here real quick. Okay. Let's get started here. Okay. Top left corner. Popular World of Warcraft streamer. Amazing hunter. Rank 1. 64 different times. 6'9". Good looking. Amazing hair. Welcome back to the show for the 15th time. One of our favorite regulars, absolutely amazing, and literally gasses me up even when I, tell a joke that just isn't funny. He laughs for me. Hey, he breaks the ice. Welcome, Abdu2 Beastie.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Oh,
what's up, buddy?
Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, loud and clear.
I was like, oh shit.
I gotta
Yo,
send you.
man?
I gotta send you a headset. I'm telling you, I insist.
Nah, I'm gonna get a headset, man. I haven't been at my computer. I literally haven't been at my. I'm gonna get one.
Well, no, yeah, I can just send you one because I feel like you're only using the headset for this, so I feel like it's only right for me to, just I'll send you one over.
Yeah, no, because I'm starting, so I gotta go get one. Probably gonna get one tomorrow or something. So I'm good.
Well,
thank you, though. I appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, thanks for being with us, brother. I love you, man. To the right, well, below Abdu, co-host, co-producer of the show, absolute, analytics, numbers, statistics. This guy, he's the Goku of the mathematical world. I'm running on 3 hours of sleep, guys. The wittiness is really cut here, so I'm gonna need some, pity laughs in between.
That was a banger.
Was that good? That was good.
Did you guys catch that one?
Pretty good. I mean, You're not calling me old, so I know you're tired.
Well, you know what? Now that you remind me, co-host, co-producer, you can literally look at a graph. 8 months ago when you first started streaming, healthy, vibrant, skin shining bright, young, hair not patchy at all, sitting there. It could be used in a Pantene commercial, herbal essence, fructis, anything. Pick one. Now you look at him, 8 months in. Looks like he's been through 6 different wars. Different hair follicles falling out in different areas. Patches missing. It is just rough. Welcome to the show, my dear friend, Devin Nash.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here, brother. To the right of Abdu, diagonal. Okay, you know what? To the right of Abdu. To the right of Abdu, another popular streamer on Twitch.tv. I'm glad we brought her on last week. I think we all got to see a serious side. A side that is very well spoken and confident in different opinions and viewpoints. Welcome to the show, Amaranth.
Hey, thanks for having me. I appreciate
Welcome
it.
back.
Yeah, welcome back.
It's good to be here.
It's good to have you. To the right, I feel like I'm just really, okay, let's move on. To the right of Amaranth, also long hair, beard. Some of you would mistake him for Keanu Reeves. Maybe even the dude from Silicon Valley. I don't know which yet. Wait, are those two guys the same?
Are you talking about T.J. Miller, the guy that's like fucking blacklisted from Hollywood because he called it a bomb threat?
I am so sorry. Yeah, let's just stick with Keanu on that one.
Yeah.
Geez. Yeah, this is just. Oh, we need to chalk this. We need to start this over. Shoot, that's just. All right. Anyways, welcome to the show. Popular, large YouTuber, amazing guy, intelligent, well spoken as well. Welcome, Moist Critical.
Thanks, man. I always love being here, and you're fucking killing it tonight, baby. You're on a roll, my man.
Hey, my man. See, I love that gas. Thank you. Do I need a little line?
I got you.
Abdu?
Yeah, Trey, you funny as shit, bro.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I love that love, man. Thank you. Below Moist Critical. Devin, you might need to take this one over. Below Moist Critical.
Yeah. So we have a special guest today. He is a long-term friend of mine. He is the actual CEO, Andy, of Rise Above the Disorder, the company that, or charity, I should say, that is helping gamers. He's going to tell you all about it. We're going to talk about it today. It's helping gamers get affordable healthcare when they otherwise couldn't in mental health, extremely important field. This dude literally slept on the CLG floor while he was trying to get this charity going. Every single bit of his blood and sweat has gone into this organization. And he's now just finally starting to get on the map and getting recognized for doing this incredible good for people. He is my close friend. I'm honored to have him here today. And his name is Jason Docton. Welcome to the show, sir.
Welcome, brother.
I appreciate that introduction, Devin. And Train, you're doing an excellent job, man. Don't let them put you down.
Thank you so much. I like where this is going. I like that. My man, good stuff. Yo, Abdu, you got competition here. All right, that didn't work. Okay, let's move on. You know what, Devin, I really like that. That was, that the way you just did his introduction versus mine. Like, I feel like, yours was the, 750 BMW, and mine was, well, actually, let's not bring superficiality into this, but you know what I'm talking about, right? So, you know what? Why don't you go and do our other special guest, our amazing, or not amazing. I mean, you're both amazing. Shit, Devin.
Okay.
We'll do one each and see what different angles we come from.
Our next special guest is a man who needs nearly no introduction. He's gained a couple more viewers since the last time I've talked to him. He has become a paragon for mental health in the Twitch community. He has risen to the ranks in analytics faster than almost any broadcaster I have ever seen. And he is doing something that no one has ever done on Twitch TV, and that is bringing mental health to the forefront and to the awareness of the entire community while cracking a few memes in there and making it accessible to everyone. He's helping thousands of people through his work at Healthy Gamer GG. Please welcome to the show, Dr. Alok Kanajaya, my good friend. Welcome, sir.
Thanks, Devin. And thanks, Train. Dude, if this is what the podcast is usually like, I should listen to it more often because this is great, man.
Yeah,
I'm like new to Twitch, but I'm sold based on these introductions.
It's only going to get better from here.
Yeah, it gets pretty crazy. And by the way, guys, for those of you in the chat, if you have friends or family that couldn't make it tonight and you want them to see this, we're on Spotify, iTunes, Google, exclamation point podcast and chat. I think we're at Devin 40,000 downloads a week. So
yeah. And insane shit. You guys have been also leaving a lot of 5-star reviews, which is really helping us in the rankings. That's a big part of what's getting those downloads.
All right, so I'm going to do my introduction now, what I would have done. Obviously, there's nothing to beat that. I might need to change the survey here a little bit because it's getting a little grainy. But I was going to go around the route, I was going to go the route. First of all, I was going to start with, I don't know what it is. Shoot, I got to find something to call you for short, but I can't. That's like disrespectful almost because like you're a doctor, I guess Dr. K is short. I mean, can I say 8K? No.
3 letters. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't really do 8K because that's like.
You can call me Alok.
I like to do all. Can I do
Yeah.
A? Can I do O?
Sure.
A or A? It's A, right? Is it A or O? Is it A? Okay? You know what, Dr. K. Let's stick to that.
All oak is 2 syllables. It's not all maple. It's all oak.
Oh, I like that. Okay. Well, anyways. Oh, not anyways. I didn't mean to dismiss. Okay. Anyways. So I'm so sorry. I did it again. So let me. I feel like there's got to be like a class or something where they teach, you know, whether it's med school or maybe, you know, some prerequisite. Because, you know, I haven't seen anyone else mention this, but for me, when I look at you, it's actually the attire that makes you feel cozy to me, right? It's the trusting factor to me. Like those sweatshirts you wear, I don't know what it is. The vibe of it itself is just, that's the amazing part for me. I mean, obviously your intellect and all the knowledge and wisdom you have is great. Well, it's better. All right. Welcome to the show, Dr. K.
Thanks, man.
No,
Happy to be
That was a
here,
good
Train.
intro.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And it's Train, right?
Tyler or Train, yeah. Train, Tyler,
Yeah.
you know, Ape, but I guess Ape's more, yeah, Ape, yeah, that sound, yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's
Mr.
wait.
Train. He's still working on his doctor. Yeah.
Well, you know, I do have two, you know, well, okay, anyways. All right.
That's true. Yeah, he does.
Well, I was pre-law, not pre-med, but, well, I was pre-med originally, and then I switched to pre-law because my degrees worked like that. So I have a degree in biochemistry and philosophy, and those two, I was going to use both of those to go into IP law because, you know, like,
Holy fuck.
Yeah,
You have
so-
a biochem degree?
yeah, I have a BS in biochem and a BA in analytic philosophy. And so these degrees, the thing is, they're almost like opposites, or they are opposites of each other. And with how competitive and saturated like law school is, they love seeing that distinction. They love seeing that, you know, anyways, I don't know why we're getting into this. This isn't about me. Okay. So anyways, bottom left, she's not here right now. Let's introduce her anyways. You know, I'll give her another introduction pretty soon here, but for now, welcome to the show. You know, she's a friend of mine. She's a good person. She's vocal, confident. You know, if she's, you know, she'll say how it is, and that's one of the reasons I respect her. Welcome to the show, Adept. Thanks, Train.
Dude.
Hey, no problem.
I just like opened the donation thing. We're already at $2,400 with a donation from Ezio Auditor for $1,000 to
$1,000.
Squad L.
Thank you. Jeez.
Big.
Yeah, we're off to a good start. That's this community. You guys are fire. Good job.
Big. Very big. Thank you so much, Ezio. Legend.
That's what the kids say, right? Fire. Yeah. Lit.
Lit. I think they say lit. Yeah. Or twisted.
On a stack, bro.
Yeah, it's twisted.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been learning the lingo. You know, playing Call of Duty with some of the big boys over there in the Call of Duty section, and you know, the lingo's just, it's out of this world. You know, it's.
Thank you for lighting the fire, Twitch chat.
No. It's thank you for being lit.
Thank
That's
you
what
for
say.
being lit.
Thank you for being lit.
Being a light illuminated.
Yeah, all of the viewers of those communities say I sound like the dad. But anyways, let's get started here. I hope everyone's, you know, doing well with, you know, obviously 2020 has been absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. And that's an understatement, to be completely honest. I'm not even sure what is going on anymore. And yeah, Devin, go ahead and take over because I'm speechless after, you know, what I just said. That's all my thoughts.
I mean, it's a solid point. So we're kind of here to talk tonight about the importance of mental health. Dr. K, it's fantastic that you wanted to join us for this. You're a huge voice in this community. Jason as well. Everyone here, I think, has had an experience with this. And, you know, we're kicking off the podcast with maybe a short discussion about sort of the state of things on Twitch and why it matters.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Cool.
yeah, Dr. K, we have you for a limited time. So if you want to kick things off, it'd be awesome.
The state of things?
How well, okay, let's get a little bit more granular. Like how has your kind of journey been so far in helping like the community, and like what have you seen so far? Like how have you been? Like how are you doing? Let's start there.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the state of things is bad.
Okay.
Agreed.
I'm with you
I
on that.
agree with Dr. K.
Right? So, like, before we get granular, let's stay big picture
Yeah.
and just start at the top, which is that things are bad. So let's just think about a couple of trends. So suicide rates are increasing. They've increased by about 33% in the last decade. The interesting thing is that that's across all ages. So 33%. The more troubling statistic is that's not like evenly spread across all ages. Younger people are actually killing themselves at an accelerating rate. So most of that 33% is actually driven by like teenagers and young people. So traditionally, the most likely kind of person to kill themselves would be like a middle to slightly old-aged white male. and that demographic is changing. Like younger people seem to be more depressed, more suicidal, and like things like video game addiction, substance use disorders, those all I think are pretty much getting worse as well. And I think that so like that's the general state of things, is that things are getting worse. And if you look at developed countries, like middle income and high income countries actually have worsening mental health problems compared to like developing countries. So it's a little bit unclear why things are getting bad, but mental health has now surpassed cancer and heart disease in the United States as the leading cause of morbidity and mortality.
Jeez.
So the disease burden from mental health is now worse than heart disease and cancer. We're number one. So things are bad, and they're getting worse.
Yeah, that also, one of the things to factor into that is it's also the leading cause of disability and has been for a significant amount of time. The reality increasingly approaching where we see so many people struggling with depression, struggling with anxiety, that social services starts to struggle. Actually, one of my professors, used to have this really, he had like a way about him that he liked to shock people with everything that he said, but he could always back it up. And I think he got some kind of twisted pleasure from being able to do that. But he had always theorized that the demise of society would not be something like a war, but more likely something related to depression, where so many people would struggle with it. Eventually, you would have an entire generation that was on social services struggling with these issues, and ultimately, that's where the collapse would be. Maybe still a far way out, and much we can do between now and then, but scary to see those numbers.
One of the things you taught me when we were working together at CLG was that depression is actually contagious. And this is something that I never even thought of in this way. And I was watching Dr. K, you were talking to, I think it was Alinity about this. And I also saw your incredibly powerful statements about Byron, which were just, it was so moving, honestly. Like it was really something that we needed to have in this community. I'm really glad that you were here to help us through that, to help us as we are still going through that. And part of what you said there was that suicide is also something that is contagious. That's right?
Yeah. So I mean, there's like in the literature they call them suicide clusters. Mm-hmm. But basically, there was an uptick in suicide after like 13 Reasons Why came out. After Robin Williams committed suicide, Anthony Bourdain. It's been like pretty common in Japan for many, many decades, actually, that like one suicide when publicized actually leads to other suicides. So there's a certain amount of contagiousness to suicide as well, which is not great. I mean, it's not very well understood as to why, but it's certainly like a noticeable epidemiologic phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I actually wanted to toss something your way, Dr. K. So back in university, I believe I was during a criminology class, I was learning about a doctor named Dr. Park Dietz. And he has a very famous clip where he's talking about, never publicize, school shootings and stuff like that for obvious reasons because it inspires others. But it also got me thinking about suicides. And I know in certain places, if someone kills themselves, they never say that was the cause of death for that same reason, to avoid suicide clusters. Do you think that's the right way of approaching things? If someone does take their own life, is it best just not to say that was the cause?
The short answer is I don't know, right? So like anytime you're thinking about doing something or not doing something, there are risks and benefits. So I think the question is not, is it the best thing to do? The question is, what are the benefits of publicizing suicide? And what are the downsides of publicizing suicide? So in terms of the upsides, we know that it leads to an increased temporary increase in suicide rate. But there's a part of me that hopes and has some faith in humanity that, like, especially with someone like Byron, that we're going to get our asses in gear and do something about it. Like, would this podcast be happening with these guests if Byron hadn't committed suicide?
I think there's also something to be said, and certainly we see it, in our intake system. Ever since Byron passed, dramatically more people that apply to our system are flagging themselves as suicidal, whether that included a means or a method, which means we have to take pretty immediate action or not. But it makes me curious to how long they may have remained in the state of just suicidal ideation had they not seen more people, especially within this community, not just publicize this, but come together as a community to talk about this. So, certainly in the way that we respond and choose to respond when we publicize these kinds of personal matters really dictates what the rest of that outcome would look like.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Check the M's, Devin, please.
Yeah.
For me, I mean, the effect for me, I mean, I think, so I myself, I have my issues, and I think for the longest time I've, after what happened, it hit me in a way, since, he and I share, I don't know if share is the right word, but we have the, similar, disorders. It opened my eyes to like a possible a denial that I was living in, and so many different behaviors and actions that I was justifying, because I'm in a position to, right? We're born, especially in America, this capitalistic world where money makes the world go round. And, we're sitting here gaming, making what we're making. And almost since we're raised in this world where if you're making a lot of money, you must be on the right track, you would assume that any action that you're doing while making this money is justified because you're making it. And when all this happened, the effect it had on me was, holy shit, there were so many things that I was so just ignorant to, that I was falling back into, different things that were happening that I just realized I was making excuses for. And it just put me in this, even now, I'm still trying to pick up the pieces and figure out where the hell I am, because it's been a crazy year. So I think, I personally think, obviously I don't have, the education, you guys do, or the experiences, that's giving you the knowledge or the wisdom, to talk about this. But for me, I think the effect of knowing and it being public actually is eye-opening, and, allows you to step back and kind of, have a little deeper self-reflection and process things and see them for what they are, if that makes any sense. I don't know.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I want to share some things. So this is what we call a composite. I never want to share anybody in our program's details. And so if I need to communicate something about them, what I might do is take a couple of different people in our program and meld their stories together until it's really hard to trace back who this individual is, just kind of a way to keep that anonymity. But I had one person that had reached out after hearing about Byron, and one of the things that had really struck me is they had really identified with him, and they saw him getting better, or at least what they could see outwardly of him getting better, and they felt like that gave them the strength to keep going, because they were struggling with the same issues. And so to see one day that he was no longer with us, was what ultimately had triggered them into this state of self-reflection of, what is life? What is recovery? What is getting better? What does that actually mean? And that's such a powerful place to be in. I think we don't often ask ourselves how we define happiness in our own life, or how we define our ideal reality. And this is a situation that, as tragic as it is, prompted this individual to do exactly that. What does it mean for me to be what I imagined Byron was? Something that I thought was pretty special.
Well said. I'm trying to, the way my personality is, it's, yeah, you know what? Okay, I'm so sorry. So a question to Dr. K. Do you think, so I feel like is there like a, so based on my experiences of life, I've noticed different scenarios of, let's, you know, in this instance, let's call it depression, so we both understand exactly what I'm talking about, right? I feel like there is, now I don't know this, I guess I'm asking you for that reason. I feel like there is a depression that's caused by a chemical imbalance, and that is the mental disorder. And then I feel like there's a depression that is a cause and effect depression, that we aren't made, that if your parents or whatever, you know, guardian figure or teacher is around you, doesn't teach you at a young age, these things get, you know, mixed up and people get confused. And an example of that is, you know, I've noticed a lot of people, especially in this generation, they don't have accountability or, you know, a sense of responsibility. So when they make a mistake, they don't understand that from that mistake, there is going to be a period of a depression, a feeling of, you know, hopelessness or anxiety or whatever the case may be. Now, this is a cause and effect depression or anxiety, and there's ways through, you know, communication that this can be fixed versus the chemical imbalance that cannot be fixed and has to be managed through medication or a psychiatrist or psychologist. Would you agree with that, or am I just completely making stuff up?
It's situational depression versus clinical, I think.
The problem is, I'm not sure how we,
because of things rather than a chemistry imbalance in your brain.
Dr. K, I'm not sure if I've just made this up in my head over the years, or if there was like a distinction between the two, or if it even matters.
So I'm a little bit curious if Amaranth actually wants to elaborate, because she was like nodding and sounds like she's familiar with it.
No, is what he was talking about. Like say, like for me, I fell into a huge depression when one of my dogs was like passed away suddenly, unexpectedly at a young, healthy age. And so for me, I was depressed because of that, but it wasn't like a chemical imbalance to where I needed the treatment, you know, because it's like no one can really help you with that via drugs. You can make the feeling go away, but at the end of the day, it's something you have to get over with time. So like that's different rather than like being actually like, I feel like mentally sick, you know?
Yeah, so I think that makes a lot of sense, right? So there are different, so I mean, you use depression to describe both of those states, but let's just clarify definitions to begin with. So the first thing is that, you know, if your dog dies, I don't know if I would call that depression or I would call that grief. So sometimes grief can turn into depression.
Yeah.
So grief is a risk factor for a depressive episode, which is sort of what we think of as a neurochemical imbalance. Now that gets even more complicated because if you look at the neurochemistry of a grieving person, it's going to be imbalanced. Right? So neurochemical imbalances, people think of them as causes, but they may just be manifestations of something else. So like your neurochemistry is going to adjust based on your psychology. So there are a couple of other like almost myths in Tyler's question. So the second is that there's also a presumption that if you have a neurochemical imbalance, let's say like a clinical illness, so usually we call it like major depressive disorder or bipolar disorder, those tend to be medication responsive, whereas there are other kinds of depression that are not like medication responsive.
Right.
But it doesn't mean that you need medicine to overcome the clinical disorder. So if you look at studies, therapy, like psychotherapy, like cognitive behavioral therapy, is actually like roughly has the same effect as antidepressant medication to treat major depressive disorder. So they're actually about the same. And if you put the two of them together, they work synergistically and work better than either one alone.
Interesting.
So I completely agree that there's a difference between a clinical illness and, you know, let's say like depression or grief or something that's situational. The other thing that I would add is that major depressive disorder and bipolar disorder, these chemical imbalances tend to be time limited. So they tend to have a duration. So if you take someone with major depressive disorder and they get depressed, that neurochemistry like corrects itself in the same way that most stuff in our body like corrects itself. Like if you have diarrhea, like it doesn't last forever. Your body maybe takes a couple days to like get back to normal. In the same way, major depressive disorder is like has a particular duration. So you have episodes that last for a while. The third kind of depression is not something that's caused by an event. And this is something that we kind of see in our our community is people who have been depressed for years. That's not actually necessarily medication responsive, and I suspect it's like low responsiveness to medication. And clinically, we can call this like dysthymic disorder, or something that's like what we call treatment refractory depression, which may not be like the same thing as like regular depression. And so if you've been depressed for years and years and years, that actually, Tyler, I think goes back to something you were saying about like the way that you were taught or the way that you were raised, or fundamentally like the way that you relate to other human beings, the way that you think about yourself. These are sort of like deeper things than just a chemical imbalance.
Interesting. I think, so the second, well, first, Amaranth, I didn't know you were going to continue after that. I apologize if it seemed like I dismissed you. I want to say
no
that.
worries.
And then, thank you. I'm sorry. And then I guess the second thing is, so the reason I brought that up, because I think the effect of that misinformation, the effect of it, I think, is negative. And I'll elaborate on that. What I mean by that is, if you notice, there's a lot of people in today's world, especially, in today's culture, whether it's gaming, whether it's sports, whether it's, body lifting or body weight training, that when someone's depressed and there's a chemical imbalance or there's, something deeper, they say, just go to the gym, just go here. I think that stuff comes because they themselves have that situational, or whatever you want to call it, I'm not sure what word we set for that. They have that situational experience where they can overcome it by the gym because theirs is caused by maybe a grief of something that happened, not necessarily a chemical imbalance or, the deeper kinds. So that is how they project that onto an actual seriously, someone with a mental disorder. And I think this is where the disconnect is for the acceptance and awareness of mental health, across the country or the world. Does that make sense?
True.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel me on that? Like, that's where I think the disconnect is. I think a lot of people, I think I'm repeating myself. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with that, like, fully. Because, and then it's also, I mean, everybody's want to like be okay. Because I mean, I think a lot of times people make it seem like, like everything's always going to be perfect. You're always going to be in a good state. You always should be happy and everything like that. And I feel like that also has an effect on that, because people's want to be okay all the time, like 100% of the time, which is unrealistic. It kind of puts pressure on people to like try to find these quick things, or try to like, project these things on other people. So, so that's where like I feel like that disconnect like is definitely worse. So I know like for me personally, like how Dr. K said with like trauma and stuff, like I remember watching his streams of Recfo, and it made me realize like a lot of traumas that I had that like I didn't like I don't think it didn't really affect me like day to day. Like I wasn't depressed or anything like that, but it had effects with how I had like with my relationship towards certain people, and how I moved in like certain relationships with certain people. And I didn't even realize, because it was just like the trauma was like so deeply embedded and like happened so long ago. And it's just like, you kind of just, it's like so deeply buried that you don't even realize that it's really affecting you. And I feel like because everyone's always like, oh, I gotta be okay, or I'm fine, or like, sometimes you don't really have that time, or people don't give themselves that time to really pause and really like, deeply look into themselves and try to figure out like what's going on, or try to actually like deal with these issues they have, because they just always want that need to be good, to be, happy, or up, like up in spirits and never sad. So it's like, I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah, to kind of, there's another thing I wanted to kind of toss your way, Dr. K, while we're talking about this subject. A lot of people with what happened to Byron were talking about how his friends could have and should have done more. What's your perspective on that take? Do you think there was something someone else could have done to maybe help? Or is there just sometimes, maybe you don't know, or there's just not much that can be done?
I see Adept shaking her head.
No, and it pisses me off. Like, I hope I didn't miss that, and I hope that that's not something that anyone here believes, because I knew his friends, and I interacted with Byron in the last few months, and just that theory that people have is complete fucking bullshit, and it pisses me off.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. So there are a lot of things, there are a lot of myths about suicide. So one of the biggest myths that I've been seeing get perpetuated recently is that when someone decides to kill themselves, that's why they become happy, because they've sort of made up their mind. Whereas the data actually disagrees with that completely. So if you ask people who actually try to kill themselves, when did you make the decision to kill yourself? The highest number of people actually say within 60 seconds of the attempt. So I would say it's probably like 70 to 80% of people. It's like a weird study that uses histograms, so it's hard to tell percentages, but 70, 80% of people actually decide to kill themselves within 5 minutes of the attempt.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
the really crazy thing is that, like, I think what we see is actually, like, suicide is predominantly an impulsive decision. And so what was happening is, if you like read some of the stories and stuff, is that, like, in a lot of ways things were looking up for Byron. And so I don't think it's the kind of thing, like, there's this idea that, like, you can never let your guard down. But no, I mean, generally speaking, honestly, the way that I think about suicide is that, like, people who suffer from chronic suicidality, like, every couple days they roll the dice, and there's a 1% chance that the impulse takes over.
Mm-hmm.
And like, the problem is that if you, like, roll those dice, like, over and over and over and over again, at some point you're going to get your 1%, right? Like, it's just like a loot box in WoW or whatever. Like, you're going to get your orange drop at some point if you do it enough. And so I don't really think that there's really anything that anyone could have done. And this is the other mind-boggling thing, is that when it comes to mental illness, we, like, hold people responsible in a way that we don't for physical illness. When someone dies of cancer, like, no one says, oh, there's something that someone could have done. Whereas, like, people don't think about, and this kind of goes back to what Tyler was saying earlier about, like, conceptions about mental health. People need to understand that depression is a terminal illness. It absolutely can be. Bipolar disorder should be treated as a terminal illness. Substance use should be treated as a terminal illness. And that's sometimes just what happens. I mean, you see this if you're a psychiatrist, and I'm sure Jason understands this too, and as do all of you, actually, I'm sure. But, like, you know, sometimes when people get depressed, like, sometimes death is, like, the outcome. And that's terrifying, but it's something that we need to take very seriously. And, like, not blame people for, like, not doing enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
If
Sorry.
I could for a
Yeah,
second,
please,
I want
go
to
ahead.
kind of relate that mentality that people have of, oh, their friends could have done more, their friends could intervene more, they could have, oh, even if they were mad at them, they could have saved them. But let's relate that back to what Tyler was saying earlier about there's different levels of depression, you know, or there's the clinical, and there, maybe not levels, but clinical, and then the situational that we were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So you may have experienced somebody that did overcome their depression, or I hope I'm not using wrong terminology. You know, I try to be very sensitive to these things. I don't want to trigger anyone. But, you know, maybe you did know someone who was suicidal because of their, I think you said situational depression, versus you may have never ever known someone who was clinically depressed. Because I'll tell you right now, the time that Reckful and I had dinner at like 2 a.m. with Felix, I realized that was a depression and an illness I'd never even came close to in my life. And it broke my heart talking to him that night, because I just knew, like, I've never seen suffering internally like I'm witnessing what he's telling me he feels right now.
To kind of add to that piece, I think one of the things that often goes ignored when it comes to depression is a really critical symptom that we often see, especially with the severe, more like a major depressive disorder, but it's what we call anhedonia, effectively the inability to feel pleasure, derive joy from any kind of activities that you're engaged in. When we see somebody get to this place, it's very unnerving. It's a very clear sign, but it's unlike anything else. One of my good friends that mentored me for many years used to say, he used to come into a room and he would say, depression is worse than cancer. And everybody would get really offended because that's obviously not something you say. And then he would kind of start to break it down of depression is contagious. We see that it's contagious. Depression has all kinds of very severe aspects to it. But one of the things that often goes unnoticed is that regardless of what the outcome may be with somebody who is battling is the wrong word, but somebody who is dealing with cancer, is that they may find this point where everybody rallies around them, gathers around them, and they truly, genuinely feel like they will beat this. They will overcome. Life will be better. Depression, by nature of that, seems to extinguish that very human spirit. Not only does this person not believe they will get better, but they don't think they deserve to get better.
I'm so sorry.
Go
Continue. No, I'm so sorry.
Please.
I'm so sorry. No, please. I'm so sorry.
You're very nice, Train. I appreciate you.
I'm sorry. That was rude of me.
But that is one of these things too. When we're talking about this idea of could people have done something, could people have said something, that's really hard to say. Would he have allowed it if that was the situation?
I think so. I try to explain this as best as I can from my own experiences with bipolar. What people fail, I think the number one thing that we need to raise awareness is an education of it from people with different disorders or people that have the education to explain these things. And that's why I think you're doing a really good job, Dr. K. Well, I guess that sounds kind of condescending. I don't mean it to be that way at all. Like, who am I to say you're doing a good job? Yeah, you know what I mean. Anyway, so I try to explain this as best as I can. So I think the biggest issue we have is mental disorder, serious mental disorder, such as bipolar. It's one of those things where people, they try. Wait, who just left? I'm so sorry. Was that Devin?
No, I
Jason.
think Jason. Yeah, he'll probably be back. Figure it out. Don't worry.
Okay. So the biggest issue that I've seen, I'm gonna leave the cameras like that. The biggest issue that I've seen is the failure to relate and the need to relate. I don't think in situations like this, we don't need to relate. We need to teach to just keep an open mind and understand. And what I mean by that is, for bipolar, people tend to not understand this. And I try to explain this to my community during our community streams. A lot of people, they give these very surface level advices that they themselves believe that they would apply if they were in that situation. But what they don't understand is when you're in a serious depression or in a manic phase, it's almost as if there's one physical world and then there is an infinite amount of metaphysical worlds. It's almost as if you're leaving one metaphysical world, going into another, and your entire world shifts. Every set of logics, common sense, every single thing that was your reaction to something that happened, your instinct, everything changes in that other world when you transition. And that's why people can't relate. This is why when you try to relate and you say, oh, this is what I would have done. Oh, just do this. Oh, just do that. It doesn't work. And it's that disconnect. Once again, I bring that up. That is, I don't know, people need to relate to understand, but that's wrong. Like we have to somehow teach to have an open mind and somehow get to an area where, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm having it's one of those days for me where I can't, get my thoughts. I'm having my brain is like one big, wire, and there's, it's severed right now. There's just electrics. Yeah, I don't know. But does that make any sense? Like, it's the failure to understand that is preventing us from moving forward and getting people the help they need, not only through healthcare, but through support systems. It is that singular thing that somehow we need to have people understand. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. Yeah, for me, I don't know, that makes a lot of sense because I've definitely been guilty of it. I actually want to ask, Dr. K, when someone goes or has like an episode like that, like what would you suggest that we do? Like, you know, because me as the type of person I am, like I always just like I always want people to feel good around me. I always want people to be good. You know, like when people are down, I try my best to, you know, like bring them up but like I know for sure I didn't really have much knowledge on like depression and how that works. And I've definitely been guilty of like, oh, why don't you try this? Why don't you try this? Like, I actually have like even a story with Byron is actually crazy now that I think about it. Because I remember this is 2016. We were at TwitchCon and we went to like this, I think it was like a hibachi place or whatever. We're having fun. He's like laughing, everyone's enjoying, like, you know, we just having a good time. And it was probably silent for like 2 minutes while we waited for our steak. And then out of the blue, he was just like, I don't feel happy. And I'm like, it made no sense to me at all. I like, and my first thing to do was, you know, at first I asked him why he felt that way. I was trying to figure out like why he was feeling it. And then I started, like, my first thing to do was try to make suggestions. Like, oh, have you tried to like, maybe, you know, travel more or, you know, get new experiences or like, you know, that was my first instinct. But like, I feel like that was just my natural thing. Like me just trying to like figure out something for him to like do that may make him feel better. But because he was talking about how like, you know, certain things just don't bring him joy anymore. And he was talking about a lot of things like that. And like, I want to ask you, like, what in that situation, what do we like do? Like, how do we move? Like, I don't know. Yeah, what do we do?
Actually, so just based on Amaranth's body language, it sounds like she's got an answer, but I don't want to.
Not really an answer, but I had a similar interaction with Byron several years ago too. He would like come to me telling me like how he's not happy, and at the time I didn't realize how deep the illness was. I thought it was just like one of those valleys that people go through because everyone gets, you know, has bad times and good times. But over time, I realized just how willing he was to sink massive resources into just like an hour of happiness, like going to the most expensive sushi restaurants in town, so he can try to grasp an hour of feeling good. You know, it's like $600 sushi stuff you mentioned at one point. It's like, that's insane for like just one meal, so you can have some feeling of pleasure. It's kind of difficult for people who aren't going through that to understand. So that is the first, I think, initial reaction you have is to suggest things that would help you feel better, but that doesn't work for them.
Yep. So it's Abdu, is that right?
Yes.
So Abdu, it's a fantastic question. So I think it goes back to Train's kind of question or like sort of observation that like people try to help by problem solving. So you guys are gonna have to excuse me because I'm an academic and sometimes I answer questions that are not asked because that's just how I work. But so the first question is like, you know, what should you do if your friend is like really depressed or manic or something like that? So I would start by just trying to get a sense of like what's going on with them. So before you start fixing a problem, try to understand it, right? And like try to get a sense of, okay, like how do you feel? Like how long have you been feeling this way? And then you're going to kind of get a sense from their answers, hopefully, if this is something you've been through or something that you haven't been through. And I hate to use like sort of a simple answer, but like the short answer is, you know, if it's like a clinical issue, it's just out of your league. And you can help someone, but I think the most important thing that you can do is his friend or their friend is to get them to like professionals who can actually help them. Right? Because if someone is like so depressed that is Train puts it, and that's, by the way, Train, that's the best description of mania I've ever heard of like alternate metaphysics with different rule sets. It's actually a great description of mania if people have experienced it before. But
thank you.
Because, you know, they're playing by a different set of rules. Like they're not playing the same game that like everyone else is playing. And so the solutions that work for your game are not going to work for their game. So I think the most important thing is to support them in getting to mental health treatment because that is logistically a nightmare. Thankfully, we have organizations like RAD, and like I think RAD is awesome with what it does because trying to get people into like therapy is like mind-numbingly difficult. I mean, we're dealing like it's just there's like insurance, like at least in the US, there's insurance, there's wait lists. Like, how do you find the right person? What if they're a boomer? There are just like so many problems. So one of the things that we actually train our coaches to do is to like help them overcome the hurdles and overcome stigma and support them emotionally into getting mental health treatment. Because there's a lot of stigma, there's a lot of confusion. People are reluctant to take medication. They don't know if they're going to get labeled as crazy for the rest of their life. Like they just don't understand it. And so just helping someone emotionally like get into treatment is probably one of the most important things you can do. The second thing that I just like toss out is and this kind of relates to what Train was saying, is that generally speaking, especially men tend to problem solve when faced with a difficulty instead of like using techniques like reflective listening, empathy, or validation. And that's generally speaking, as humanity, something that I think we need in our toolkit more. And that gets to a broader question of like, why is suicide getting worse and like what's wrong and what do we need to do about it? Which is a separate question, which I'm happy to talk about later or whenever you guys want to. But you know, your question was like, how do you help someone who may be like clinically ill? And the short answer is try to get them to treatment, because like ask yourself the question: if someone had cancer, what should I do?
I think.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
I think, okay, so this is going to sound like, it's going to sound like I'm simplifying or like reduce, or I'm not sure what the wording is. It's going to sound like I'm, you know, minimizing the severity of bipolar or other, you know, very serious illnesses. But I think the best way, someone that is, I'm not sure what the appropriate terminology is, you know, politically, I don't want to say normal, but, you know, someone that is, you know, has healthy chemical balance, or I don't know. Anyways, I think the best, you know, I think this is the best way. Like if we're in a place where people just can't get over the thing where they need to somehow relate to it in order to understand, you know, like I think the best way I could explain this based on my experiences from my friends that I know are healthy and, you know, do not have a chemical imbalance is this one scenario that I think everyone goes through, right? And hopefully the effect of this is decent for some of you in chat. If not, then, you know, Dr. K just laugh at me and we'll move on and use that as a, you know, tangent or whatever. Anyways, okay. So all of us have had friends, right, that meet someone, whether, you know, if they're a guy and then they meet a girl, or the guy meet a guy. Actually, I don't know why I'm specifying. Okay. Anyways, all of us have friends that like meet someone, right? And when they meet that person and they fall into that, I don't know what you want to call it at that age, but what they define as love, there is nothing you can say to him or her. There is nothing. You could bring God himself, can fly down in a chariot and provide that this individual that he's talking to or she's talking to is not the one, it is not the person, but still, even 10 years of friendship, that one day of knowing each other, that feeling that individual has, that feeling that is ignited within them, will outweigh that 10 years of friendship, and they will listen to their feelings and to the world they're in now with that individual, rather than listen to anything you tell them, any facts you give, any proof, anything. God himself. I think that's the best way for like someone that is healthy to understand, if they need to like relate, to understand the situation of trying to reach out to someone that's, you know, going through a manic phase or a depressive state, you know. Yeah, so that's kind of my thought. You know, I wish I was way more clear tonight. You know, sometimes I go through these weird times. But anyways, does that make any sense to anybody? Like, I'm sorry. Does that make any sense?
Mm-hmm.
I think so, man. I mean, that's a pretty
You feel me
decent
on that?
way of putting it.
Like, yeah. I don't know, because I don't know. I'm sorry. There's days where I'm, you know, very clear, and there's some days where I'm just foggy. So
I guess as a person, I've had periods of depression in my life. I've never had a period. I've never like been. I don't think I feel like it's hard for me to empathize with people that I know struggle through different kinds of clinical depression. And from the outside, I want to help so bad. Like I just want to like add some value or do something to make them happier. I'm sure that there's a lot of people that are in chat and in the community that have a friend or have someone that is struggling, and they just feel like more than anything, they want that person to be happy, but do not know what to do about it. And I guess when I think about things like this, I just think about like, okay, like we've done a really good job setting up the field for what for how, I guess, oppressive and how difficult this problem is. What do we do, especially as non-professionals and as people who I guess just like can't engage this dragon in the same way? Like, is there anything besides just getting them in front of a mental health professional?
Before,
Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
Before either of you, I just want to say from my experience with my bipolar and stuff, and this is for me, right? For everyone else, that's, you know, they all have their methods, they all have their routes, so please do not apply this to anyone else. But just for me, for you to get an idea, the only way I know, and I will tell you this, that you could actually help, and in that moment, I will hate you. I will disconnect. I will block you. I will think you're, you know, a snake in the grass, you know, trying to, you know, come, you know, destroy what I have, trying to do some weird stuff. But you've got to contact, you know, like whatever the support system is that knows them. So for me, it'd be my parents, right? And then the parents would contact, you know, my longtime, you know, therapist or psychologist. That's it. There is, you know, trying to empathize is very nice, but in those states of mind, whether it be mania or, you know, a depressive state, there is, I mean, this is for me, there is, if anything, it would shoot me further down, because the empathy that you try to have, unless you truly, truly care, where you're willing to put days aside, risk your own, you know, and that's selfish, but in that state, you know, it gets like that in a weird way. It's going to come off as it's going to be just perceived in this, I can't explain. It's just this, it's very, so for me, I don't know if this can be applied, maybe Dr. K can elaborate on it, if this is just, you know, if this is how it is, or if this is individually, you know, different through different people. But I think it's just contacting, like he said actually earlier, you know, the therapist, the healthcare professionals, or, you know, the people who can have any sort of control over that person. So parents, for me, does that make any sense? I don't know. Yeah, I just think it's that real. Like there is no, yeah, I don't know.
No, I think it makes a lot of sense. The biggest thing I think though that would help a lot is what you said earlier, is just increasing the awareness, right? Because when I did it, I wasn't really aware of how depression works. I wasn't aware of like how it can affect someone. I wasn't aware of how someone may feel when they have these episodes. So it's like my first thing to do is like, oh, let me try to help, because naturally when someone's down, if it's someone that doesn't have depression and they may just be feeling down, or they may just be going through something, you know, you're usually there and you try to help them out and do things to bring it on. But when it's something like depression, and it's like I don't really know much about it. So my first thing to do is what I would naturally do in most cases, which is try to solve or try to help or try to suggest things. So I think the first thing is like to increase the awareness for sure, because it's like people aren't aware of how it may affect people. People aren't really aware of how serious it is. So, you know, they just take it like, oh, he's just going through something right now. Oh yeah, he's just feeling down right now. He'll be okay later. You know, okay, let me just try that. Let's see let me dig deep and see what's going on with him. Okay, if he just does this, he'll be all right. But it's much deeper than that.
Yeah.
I think from my experience, and that's a really amazing point, because that's what we tend to see so often. But from my experience, what has been really helpful for people that come into our program, typically a friend will reach out, somebody will say, hey, you know, my friend has been struggling with this for a long time. They really want to get professional help, but they can't afford it. Is there any way that you can see them? And, you know, that's effectively what we do, is we provide free mental health care. But there's always that question then of, okay, so how do I convince them that they need to see help or to seek help? Part of that is kind of like a bait a little bit to convince somebody that they need to seek help is already kind of an interesting approach to it. But for those that are looking to help a friend, that encourage a friend, I typically tell them to give them 3 different choices. So if you're talking with somebody, ask if they need you to listen to them, to give advice, or to get involved. and continue to create that dialogue and that relationship where you are available in that capacity. Do they just need to talk with you? Great. But if you tried to get involved and they just need somebody to listen to them, well, that is obviously going to push them away, because when they do need your help, they assume that's how you're going to respond. Versus if they really wanted you to get involved directly with what was going on and you just gave them some advice, they're going to feel like you just didn't really meet that need when they needed it most. But I keep that dialogue open and regular, and checking in with those people. And that one day where it's, I want to get some advice from you. Yeah, I would seek professional mental health care, or I need you to get involved. Okay, well, let's sign up together. Let's do this.
I think the most dangerous, and Dr. K, this is more so directed towards you because I'm not really sure. I've kind of just, assumed this based on my own experiences, but I feel like it actually, there is, I don't know what the wording is, a concoction, but there is, so correct me if I'm wrong. I believe bipolar is one of the disorders where you can actually be self-aware of the disorder to a degree, right? Like obviously when a phase comes, you believe you've had an epiphany, you've woken up from some sort of slumber that you're in, and this is the real you, the new you, and everything you worked for. Mine's a little different because I have some split personality mixed in. But the issue is when you mix that self-aware in with someone that is highly intelligent and high functioning with bipolar, there is virtually, like I said, I don't want to give, any wrong information, so I'm happy Dr. K's here, but it is very hard to do anything other than, find a way to directly get him to the parents or get him or her to the healthcare professional. Because when someone is aware, efficient, self-sufficient, high functioning, intelligent, and has these disorders, it is like, that is a rest. And that, in a lot of situations, that's the case. And at least from my experiences and, dealing with my stuff and, the different people I've met throughout my years of, management training or whatever you want to call it, therapy and management. That is this real, or have I just made this up as well? As far as like the high functioning goes, the intelligent mixed in with the bipolar and the self-aware, like, doesn't that build, like, don't all those things add up and build this even deeper denial that you have some sort of control, that you can find the, indicators, you can control it. And that is when you go deeper and deeper and deeper. And that is when you start, pushing everybody away. You don't need their help. You have to be in this certain corner and this. Does that make any sense, Dr. K? Or I think I'm
sure. So let me just make sure I understand your question correctly.
Yeah.
So the first is that, like, you're talking about awareness and you're talking about intelligence, and whether awareness, intelligence can make it harder for other people to get through to you and make you more self-reliant on, like, coming up with your own solutions, even though you're kind of wrapped up in the illness.
Yes, it allows you to push that denial or push the narrative.
Yeah, so there are a couple of things there, okay?
Yeah, okay.
So there's another important myth here that I think I need to dispel. The first is that don't assume that just because it looks like you're not helping, you're not helping. So just to piggyback off of one of Jason's ideas. So I'm just going to share a story with you guys. So, and then I'll get to your question if that's okay, Train. Oh, yeah. So I had a patient who was going to commit suicide. So they decided, like, I'm going to kill myself. And then they were about to kill themselves. And then they decided before they died, they want to have their favorite candy bar. Because they're like, I'm going to at least do one thing before I kill myself. So, like, the clock starts ticking at 5 minutes. They go downstairs. They go to the grocery store that's, like, literally right next to their house. They walk in, they get the candy bar, they stand in line, and the cashier gives them, like, this really great smile and says, like, have a nice day. And it's like this very genuine piece of human interaction that somehow did something. And then, like, my patient decided not to kill themselves.
Yes.
And so I think one of the biggest myths that we have is that people, when we try to help someone, just because they don't accept our help or they appear to reject us doesn't mean that it isn't important. Like, if you're sick with the flu and a friend says, hey, do you want me to bring you chicken soup? Even if they say, if you say no, you still feel good because, like, someone cares about you.
Yes, that's so on point. Yes.
Right? So, like, if people are asking, what should you do? just because your friend is rejecting your help doesn't mean that it isn't really fucking important. Can I swear on this podcast?
My man, listen, hey, my man, Dr. K, listen, you have no idea the den you've walked into. Okay, you can do. Hey, you're
Sorry,
lucky.
we're trying to keep this PG only for our sponsors.
You are very lucky that this is, well,
okay.
Dr. K, let's put it this way, okay? It is a literal miracle, like a Christmas miracle, like Trainwreck's Christmas miracle, that we haven't got into any conversation about dicks yet.
Yeah, if we're a little closer, I'd drop some, I'd be asking some, anyways, continue, sorry.
Wait, Devin, were you being serious though? Are we actually trying to keep it PG?
No, we're not.
No,
we're
not.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, because I said like 3 in a row earlier.
No, of course not. No.
So don't assume that just because they're rejecting your help doesn't mean that your help isn't doing something to them. Mm-hmm. And this is the really tricky thing is like, sure, a lot of people kill themselves, but a lot of people don't. And if we think about it, like, why is that? It's because like those people on some level as their friend, you may be getting through to them, right? Like it's a very dark place that they're in. And like, even if they say like, no, I don't want you to come over, you could be like all it takes to just, keep them waiting or like keep them fighting or keep them waiting until tomorrow. So I think just because someone rejects your help doesn't mean that offering help isn't important. And I really loved Jason's I think there's a really good, like the way that he framed, ask them like what they need. Instead of giving solutions, meet them where they're at and sort of ask them, do you just need someone to listen? Do you need someone to provide advice? I love that. Or do you need someone to get involved? The phrasing of that is really masterful, Jason. Going to Train's question. So like there's a particular quality that we call insight. So insight is the ability to like understand what's happening to you. That actually, especially when people are manic, and mania is notorious for this, they actually have very poor insight. So like you said, like you enter this different metaphysical realm where you understand everything and you think you know everything. But one of the features of mania is that you actually have poor insight. You don't understand that what you're saying doesn't apply to the world that we live in.
That's why it's dangerous,
right?
Yeah.
That's why it's dangerous.
Yeah.
So there's insight is like really, really important in mental illness. Like, so to help people understand, for example, like if we think about alcoholism or other addictions, a lot of people, when we think about denial for addictions, that's a lack of insight. Like the person doesn't understand that there's a problem. Yeah. And so a lot of times with depression, like people, like they may have lived with it for so often, or it's been like so normal to them that they may not even realize that they like have an illness. And sometimes with some of these things like OCD, I think is a good example because OCD is something that has a colloquial like meaning. It means like people are a little bit anal retentive and hyper organized. That's not what real OCD is. And so some people, like sometimes I'll meet someone who's got OCD and they just don't understand what that is because they thought OCD was being like making sure all of your pens are like lined up properly.
Yes, I'm happy you're clarifying this. Yes.
Yeah. So I think insight is a very important, is a very important quality of mental illness. And usually in severe depression and severe mania, their insight isn't really there. You kind of lose insight. Another really interesting tidbit about insight and suicide is that rapidly increasing insight for chronic diseases sometimes increases suicidality. So if you gain too much insight, like if someone gets diagnosed with something like ALS or Lou Gehrig's disease, that leads to a lot of suicide because they quickly understand what their life is going to look like. And the interesting thing is if people have more gradual understanding, so if you look at things like Parkinson's, you kind of want to give people like a little bit at a time because they can't like take it all, right? And even as a friend, like sort of what Jason is kind of talking about, I think leads to sort of a gradual insight because you start and you say, okay, do you want me to just listen? Do you want me to advise? Or do you want me to get involved? And if you think about it, like if they don't understand what's going on, they're going to say, I want you to just listen. And then you're going to do that. And then the next day you ask them the same question. And then on day 3, they're like, maybe you should advise. And on day 5, they're like, maybe you should get involved. Right? So like stay with your friends, meet them where they're at. Like Train is saying, if things seem like really, really whack, get other people involved. This is another thing that we teach our coaches. Don't worry alone. Like, one of the biggest problems with the world today is that people worry alone. Like, depressed people worry alone, friends worry alone. Just like, don't worry alone. Run it by someone else. Just talk to someone else. If you don't know what to do, if you're like, I don't know if I should like call 911 or like, you know, call their parents or what, like, is he going to be pissed at me? Just like talk to someone else. Like, you should lean on someone else and get someone to like think through, hey, this is a problem I'm having with a friend. Just get like any other human being.
Yep.
And oftentimes that's enough to like, they're like, oh yeah, I mean, you should really get someone else involved because this sounds like really scary.
Yeah.
I kind of want to build off of that too, because another thing that I tend to see is I get the friends that reach out and they say, look, I really care about this person. They're struggling. I feel like I can't help them. And I feel really terrible about this, but I'm starting to kind of resent them for not getting the help, for not taking care of themselves. They're burning out. You know, caretakers fatigue is something we see quite a bit within our profession. And, you know, it's very, very interesting. And, you know, I'm very much what you call a Rogerian, a person-centered mindset. It's a modality in psychotherapy, very philosophical style modality. But, you know, I tend to see people in regard to their level of what's called congruence, who the person wants to be versus who the person actually is. And as those two pieces split, within that gap is so much of this suffering. Now that can really apply to a lot of different points brought up, but to the point of wanting to be the person who provides all of the solutions for somebody and is always there for them versus needing to simply take care of oneself can make that fatigue even worse. So it's, I think, worth being mindful of that too, as we talk about things like building insight and understanding where somebody is and wanting to be that friend that is the support system and wanting to provide so many solution-focused efforts that ultimately it tends to topple both people over if they're not taking care of themselves. And then you just end up in our program right alongside your friend. Though I'm happy to see you either way. So
I think to help, you know, a little bit, to shed a light on maybe what some individuals go through, you know, it's what I go through at least. So for mania, you know, I can explain that a little later. But as far as the depressive states, I think it's important to have, you know, at least a little bit of eye-opening or awareness of what the person might be going through. And like I said, this is, you know, I'm not sure if it's, you know, the same for all or if it's different for each, depending on, you know, their life experiences. But the extreme lows, the extreme lows that you end up in, it's like you're in a waking nightmare. You understand? It's not only the crippling effect. It's so the best way I can explain this is, I'm sure all of us in chat, everyone here has had a nightmare. Now, there's a moment in that nightmare, there is a millisecond, or maybe a couple seconds, where you become aware, you become conscious that you're in this nightmare, and you're telling yourself, "Wake up, please wake up. This can't be real." And there's this feeling, this impending doom that is just surrounding you, a black cloud that is over you, and you're just in that moment, you are at its mercy. And you are hoping that this is not it. This is not your reality. You need to wake up. You know, what did I do? You know, well, et cetera, et cetera. Now, for me at least, when I'm hitting deep, deep lows, that's where I'm at, but it's at a constant. I'm not waking up. It isn't lasting 2 seconds. I'm in that for a moment of time that feels like an eternity. And you go into areas and you go to these extremes where this cannot be it. And that's when, you know, at least for me, that you start going into, you know, yeah, like areas, yeah. So like, that's the best way I can try and, you know, allow, you know, I know earlier I was talking about, you know, people try to relate too much and they just need to understand and keep an open mind. But if you guys want any sort of, you know, ability to try to relate, that's like the best example I could give. It's like being in a waking nightmare that you know deep down, you're hoping to wake up from, but you know deep down that you're not going to. And it is just absolutely terrible. It is just, I mean, that's at least for me, that's for me. I don't know if that's something for everybody. I'm sure it differs based on, you know, how they perceive the world and stuff like that. But for me, that's where it is. And it is just absolutely crazy. And on the other end, you know, the extreme highs, you know, for someone that has no chemical imbalance to feel the extreme highs of mania or other things. And I believe, Dr. Kant, I'm not sure, I'm still confused on this because I feel like different psychiatrists and psychologists I've talked to have described that mania isn't always a high. It can also be like a depressive mania. I don't know. I haven't fully grasped what all that is specifically. But anyways, in order to reach where someone with bipolar reaches for their highs and lows, like a normal person, like I said, do not do this. Please do not do this. Don't like try and see, okay, do not do any drugs. Please don't. Dangerous, bad for you, terrible. There's no end. There's no, you get nothing, you win nothing. It's all, you know, it's please, no drugs, guys, ever. But someone would have to take, you know, a lot of an upper to feel the highs of, that's what causes the denial. That's what causes the not listening. That's what causes the, you know, the tunnel vision into whatever you're doing that makes you feel that good. It's this unrealistic expectation that you finally met, but you haven't actually met it. You don't actually have it. You're tricked that you have it. And that's why everything else besides that feeling is just so underwhelming. So now you're living life every day let down until you feel that again. But the problem is, every time you feel that, it is the most dangerous thing. That is when something's going to happen that you can't go back from. And you don't snap out of it until you hit a rock bottom. And the problem is, you'll never know what that rock bottom is going to be. I don't know. Does that make any sense? I feel like I just rambled again. I'm so sorry. Like, there's so much venting I need to do. I've just been stuck in this.
You're making a lot of sense. Yeah. You're making a lot of sense.
Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it does.
It makes a ton of sense. And
Yeah.
when you're talking about drug usage, I think that's probably more known within my social circles, my understanding of drug usage and different medicines. But it is interesting the way that you describe it, especially excessive drug usage does tend to lead to that untraveled place where people set almost a new normal for themselves that's hard to escape from.
Mm-hmm.
But I kind of almost want to look at that in the light of any kind of mental health issue, beyond what a substance can do. Is, you know, so much of what we're generally talking about when somebody's been experiencing things like this for so long, that becomes their new normal. They don't really even sometimes have the insight, as that's been brought up, that how they're feeling and what they're experiencing isn't how it just is. Certainly some substances can make that worse. Were you talking about any particular substance?
No. I wasn't referring to substances causing this. I was saying that in order for someone to be able to understand that doesn't have a chemical imbalance, that some of the highs and lows that someone with bipolar or, you know, other mental illnesses reach just by themselves naturally, I guess, if that's the word, they would have to take these substances. I was referring to that people with these mental disorders, the highs they reach, they're not real. It sets this expectation that anything that you love, true happiness, has to feel that way that you feel in that moment. And since what you're feeling in that moment is a trick, it's not real. It's this thing. And the crazy thing is, I know this, but every time I go to it, I don't know why I get tricked every time. But that's why everything is underwhelming. That's why everything else underneath that is underwhelming. But the problem is, you're stuck in this like paradoxical situation where, or I don't know if it's paradoxical or if it's contradictory. I don't know the difference in this context. The problem is, you attribute happiness and success and good feeling to what you feel in your highest point when you have bipolar. The problem is, when you attribute it to that, you will never meet it. And since you've attributed it to that and you don't meet it, you convince yourself that nothing, even things that if you didn't have this disorder, you would understand this is happiness. You know, happiness comes and goes. There is no constant state of happiness because as human beings, right, we're designed in this way where, I don't know, it's a fucked up way in my opinion, but where happiness you know, once you have it, and it becomes normalized, it becomes your new norm. So like, there's no actual, I mean, I guess that comes from some sort of discipline, or maybe the way you're raised to appreciate it and understand it no matter what. I don't know. It goes into a deeper, way deeper thing. But the point, I guess the point I'm trying to make is one of the most dangerous things, at least for me, is it's the trick that your mind plays on you of the high that you reach, that happiness feels like that. The problem is that's not ever reachable. It's not a realistic place to ever hit in anything in life. So the only time you find what you believe to be, even though when you're not in the, you know, state, you know it's not it, but every time you're in the state, you convince yourself that that's the only, that feeling, it needs to be reciprocated in the other area if it's truly for you. I don't know. Does that make any sense? Am I making any sense, though, or am I just in my head? Because I'm closing my eyes now, ranting. So I know now I'm just like talking to myself.
Yeah, you're making sense. And then also, like, if you're taking drugs all the time and that's what is becoming your new normal,
I'm not talking about
sober you or anything, substance, anything like that. Your new normal when you're sober is going to feel terrible. So
I think I just need to talk to Dr. K one of these days. I think I got a session because, you know, I feel like, you know, I don't know if I want to be as responsible as I can be, you know, and that's why I'm happy you're here. There's a lot of things you clarified, such as the small acts of kindness, you know, not trying too hard to be there, just being there. Doing that, the small little act has changed an entire, you know, pathway in that person's life, or, you know, a fate, or whatever you want to say.
Just to kind of speak on that, there's one thing that I definitely wanted to bring up while we're still discussing this topic is, what role do you think, Dr. K, do like hate comments play in someone's mental health? Because that's something you see a lot with Reckful in particular. You know, people were harassing him or something. What role do you think that plays in someone that's already vulnerable?
After this, I think Dr. K has to leave. I think we've hit the. I think we're past the.
I'm okay sticking around for a little while.
Oh, okay, cool. That's what.
Yeah,
no problem. I'm so sorry.
I'd love to also just talk about like general mental health and what's happening in our community. But Moist, you know, I don't mean to keep doing this, but I'm kind of curious about punting that question to actual streamers, right? Because they're the ones that get the comments. I'm happy to answer it. But I think, interestingly enough, I don't think I'm actually as qualified as like some of the people who stream, because y'all are the ones that deal with the hate comments. So even like, you know, what do hateful comments do to you?
Well, yeah, so it is much more of a personal thing. For me, it's not something that I dwell on, but for somebody else, that could be something that ruins their entire day and their entire mood. So I guess more so to broaden the question a little bit is, in your line of work, how often do you see people coming to you because, you know, maybe they're getting, you know, bullied online or something like that? They see a couple comments here and there and it really just affects them in a big way. Because I think on the internet, there's this disconnect. When you have this anonymity, a lot of people are going to be a lot more vicious. They're going to say a lot of mean things that they wouldn't say if their name was attached to it, not realizing it's going to an actual person who will likely see those things.
Right.
Yeah. Does somebody else want to chime in?
Well, I don't really have much to say, but I kind of feel, as far as the hate comments, I mean, I haven't experienced hate comments on like a grand scale, like some people. So I wouldn't be able to relate to that. But like, you know, just in general, I know for me, hate comments are when people are negative. It's weird because whenever I would get like negative comments, it was always, at first I think it bothered me, but when it stopped bothering me was when I went to like conventions and everyone was nice. I didn't get one hate comment. It was actually the crazy. I didn't get one negative person. I didn't get like nobody at all. And then when I came to when I come back to Twitch, then it's like all of a sudden you have all these, you know, some people that are negative, some people that want to say this or say that. So for me, that was kind of like a very relaxing thing for me, especially when I went to conventions. And since then, the hate comments, I don't know, they don't really bother me at all.
Right.
I actually use it to like have fun with, but.
Well, in regards to TwitchCon, from what I would think, this might be too general, but I would think that the people who are the most toxic are the most unhappy. Their life's not going the way that they want. So they wouldn't have the money or the ability to go to TwitchCon. You're going to get the people who are more integrated into society, have success, have good social relations. They're the ones that come up and they're willing to talk to you and say hi. I feel like the worst of the people aren't the ones going to conventions, typically. Or at least not the ones who are willing to come up to you, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like that's a little different. But as far as hate comments, like I'd probably get like between me and Train, we probably the most. He has different type of hate comments, but I get
True.
a lot of hate comments just daily across every single platform. And I'm not really sure anymore how it affects me because I've been doing this for 4 years and I have so many platforms like Instagram, Twitter, multiple of those, YouTube's, Twitch. Like I'm just constantly exposed to hateful comments. So I feel like in a way, I've convinced myself that it doesn't bother me anymore, but maybe that's also unhealthy. Maybe it actually like there's some kind of deep, hidden, fucked up thing that's done to me. I'm not really sure. I know it has. It generally makes me skeptical of good comments, though. I've noticed, like when people do compliment you, I'm like, do you actually mean that, or are you copying pasting that to every other girl you see online?
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's like that song, right? The love be so fake, but the hate be so real. That's how it kind of feels a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But then I also have to look at it though, like, is the hate really real though, or are they projecting? Because how can someone come into a chat, knows nothing about you, doesn't know what you do, and just hates on what this image they have of you in their mind?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, even that could not be real. That could just be them projecting because they're unhappy in their life, So I'm not really sure.
For me, I sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But like for me, it definitely bothers me, but I get kind of angry at the person sending the message. Like I get mad at them, like, because I've been there before where I hate on people randomly online because I grew up on the internet. I started playing Counter-Strike at like 9 years old. So, I'm very integrated into the culture. And it just bothers the hell out of me, like, especially because I feel like a lot of them are older, than I was at that age doing dumb shit online. And I'm just like, damn, dude, like, do you really not have anything going for you in life that you had the time to come in here, think that hateful shit, type it out, and send it? Because even I notice when I'm looking at somebody and I don't like them or what they're doing, like next page, going to somewhere that I like being,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually want to elaborate.
In your hand, though. Like think about that. On your point, though. Sorry, not to interrupt you.
No,
but on the fact that you said that reminds me, like, you have the entire knowledge of human history and all kinds of entertainment you could want in the power of your hand, like right in your hand, and you choose to go to someone you don't know and insult them and hate on them. It's like, really? Like that's the decision you make?
I think it's
one life you're given.
I think it's because I'm sorry, Abdu, and then Dr. K. Go ahead.
Okay, I actually want to elaborate on what Amaranth said because it's actually crazy. I feel like now that she said that, I remember I said this on this podcast like I think a little while ago, but I think all of us are a little fucked up because I didn't realize it until I remember I streamed with I don't know if it was one of my family members or something, and they were reading chat, and their head was like we were in two different worlds. And I feel like streamers, we are really messed up because like we naturally have like this shield that we've built when we're streaming. Because when I stream with like my family member, it was like, what the? They just say, yo, you gonna let him say? And I'm like, oh yeah, it's Twitch. And they're just looking at chat like, what the? They just said that? How are they talking to you like this? Why are they typing this? And then they are going crazy. And I'm just here like, Twitch chat.
And that's how I lost all my friends. They stopped wanting to stream with me. Yep. Exactly right there. We're desensitized to it. And I think we can justify it by getting paid for it, right? It's like, well, this is a job. There's things you don't like in every job. I think a lot of us are like, well, I mean, there could be an annoying Karen at work too. So these are basically like thousands of little Karens that I can also ban. So it's like, we kind of justify it that way. But yeah, to other people who aren't used to it, they're like, what the fuck is this shit? How do you live with this? And you're like, oh, you paid, so. It
makes you realize it, like, because I didn't really realize it until I stream with someone that doesn't stream it, and they're just reading chat. And it's like, you realize.
I warn everyone before I stream with them, like, okay, so any insecurity you could ever come up with in your head, they're going to say it in the chat and 10 times more. And even stuff that doesn't make sense, you're just going to say like whatever they can to make you mad or hurt or upset.
Right. Exactly.
I think it goes way deeper than all of that. And I'll be very short with this so Dr. K can get to his original point that he had like 15 minutes ago. But I think we're in a different time, right? My time was one of the last generations where we'd go outside, we'd bike with the friends, go-ped, scooter, have neighborhood little crews and friends and, go to each other's houses And in those days, we got our teenage angst or edginess out, by TPing a house, doorbell ditching, things like this, right? In this technological world, I think what we have now is we have the ability to have an account, to be able to allow maybe your angsty alter ego to come out, because there was no accountability. There was no punishment. You're sitting here behind an anonymous account. And now you can kind of let out some of the things that you could never say publicly. It's wrong. Like, I really believe that these people that come in and say these terrible things, I know they know it's wrong. They would never do it. I promise you, they're going downstairs and they're being very polite to their parents. They're having a nice dinner. They're very nice kids.
Oh, their parents are saying that shit to them that they're telling us.
Nah, I don't think it's like that. I think that this is just like, this is the new age run. This is what it is, right? I mean, imagine back in the day, you had a way to be completely anonymous. Nothing will ever come back to you. You can sit there and I don't know. I think it's just a different time that we're in that leads to that. The problem is what comes from the parents, in my opinion, what the parents, might fail to teach or maybe don't understand to, is the line of too far, right? I think bantering, having a little fun's good. The problem is some people take it too far, and that farness is what leads to actual serious, hurt to anyone. So anyways, Dr. K, continue on the previous points. I apologize.
No, I mean, I really appreciate everyone's perspective. I think, y'all keep on asking me questions, and I appreciate the respect. But let me just start by saying I don't think my opinion is any more or less valuable than any y'all's just because I have medical training, right? So sure, if we were talking about definitions of depression and things like that, maybe Jason and I are a little bit more knowledgeable. But I think it's clear from Train that, his personal experience of bipolar, I think, is just as valuable as my clinical experience of treating bipolar, in terms of raising awareness and understanding. And so I'm learning a lot listening to everyone else. So kind of just my take on the question is like Moist, you asked, what effect does toxicity have on people? And I think, you can hear it from the different streamers. So I think it does a couple of things. The first is that, so when it comes to people who aren't streamers, sometimes I encounter it. So generally speaking, what I encounter has changed drastically over the last couple of years. And so most of my practice used to be dealing with people who had jobs and stuff like that. But what I found about, especially with online bullying, is in some ways it's way worse. And the reason is because I used to get bullied all the time in school, and then school would end, and then I would go home, and then I wouldn't have to see the bully until tomorrow. And even then, most of the time I'm sitting in class, it's really research and lunchtime that I had to be careful. And that's changed now, right? Because like Amaranth said, everything is right here, which also means that the first thing that you do when you wake up in the morning is you open your phone and you see hateful messages. Before you go to bed at night, open your phone, you see hateful messages.
Yep.
So sometimes, that is just psychological torture that you can't get away from for some people, especially teenagers. Sometimes that results in actually suicide and things like that. Cyberbullying is terrifying because you can't escape from your bully. So what effect does it have on people? So if you're young and unprepared, you get owned. Basically, it tears you apart, right? So we have, and this is also kind of a broader thing about social media. So as human beings, we have a sense of self-worth. And generally speaking, that sense of self-worth somehow correlates with the outside world. So imposter syndrome is when the outside sense of self-worth rises way faster than the inside sense of self-worth. So there's a discrepancy where suddenly everyone's treating you like you're the hottest shit, and you don't feel like you're the hottest shit, and then you feel like you're an imposter. The opposite can also happen where you can have a good sense of yourself and everyone's treating you like shit. You can sort of start to question that, and then you can be concerned about it. You can start to believe it. I think what tends to happen with most streamers is that they learn to adapt. It's the ones that survive are the ones that learn how to psychologically protect themselves. And usually it's through a couple of things. One is that they separate their identities. So there's Dr. K and there's Alok. And the way that I can sleep at night is the person that they hate, or I tend to be pretty lucky so far. So love is Dr. K and I'm just Alok. And so the hate doesn't apply to me or the love doesn't apply to me. It applies to my streamer personality. and me as a human being is like somewhat separate. So, it's kind of like invalidating their criticism in some way by like separating out identities. The other thing that happens, which I think is probably true, is that, like people are saying, they recognize that there's like, it doesn't make sense for them to really hate the person that you are.
Right.
They hate some slice of what they think you are.
Yeah.
The hate isn't even, you're just like there receiving it. That doesn't mean that it's isn't psychologically damaging. Like, even if it's unfair, it's still got to be awful, right? And you can put up walls and stuff like that. And I do think that leads to, I'm sure that leads to psychological consequences. And in the worst cases, honestly, what it looks like is something called complex PTSD or CPTSD. So PTSD is post-traumatic stress disorder. And that's like when you have a traumatic event, you can actually develop like a mental illness that's related to the traumatic event. So there are small kinds of traumas, which like Abdu was talking about, like you don't realize how you've been traumatized and it shapes your worldview. That's not PTSD. PTSD is something else. So trauma affects people in multiple ways. Sometimes it just shapes your worldview, which can be really, really damaging. Don't get me wrong. PTSD is a discrete clinical disorder. And then sometimes when you get PTSD time and time and time again, you end up with something called complex PTSD, which really fucks you up. And that's just like a whole different thing that like chronic trauma is very different from like acute trauma. And so there's a huge difference between being sexually assaulted once at a party and having like a family member who rapes you repeatedly, like when you're growing up. And honestly, what I see in some people is that the chronicness of the hate honestly looks like complex PTSD. And in the people who can't really protect themselves, it really warps their view of humanity. It warps their view of themselves. And like, that's just incredibly damaging. And the last thing that I'll say is that I think like, people have sort of talked a little bit about the people who are being toxic, which I think is a really, really important discussion. And I personally would love to better understand like where toxicity on the internet comes from. And people have mentioned like anonymity and a couple of other things, but like, I really don't know why the internet has become such a hateful place.
Mm-hmm.
If I can just add to that, so one of the programs that we don't ever really advertise on our sites is called our CRT, or our Creator Response Team. And that effectively is us responding to crises related to broadcasters, content creators, esports players. We've treated people who are affiliates or just signed into esports. They're on academy teams. I've treated double-digit, 1,000 concurrent viewer broadcasters, and it's a very unique setting. As we've built more and more experience with this, we've started to better understand kind of the unique landscape emotionally and mentally that exists. But one of the things that immediately comes to mind is we did an audit after Byron's passing of what do content creators tend to come to us the most about. In order, it seems to be imposter syndrome, followed by anxiety, followed by depression, followed by suicidal ideation. And it seems to hit across the board. And as this individual, their view counts rise, so too do we see them kind of grab more and more and kind of move more on the severity that we tend to see. And inevitably in our conversations as we're going through and talking about life and pain comes in the toxicity. Whether this is somebody who is addicted to refreshing live stream fails or addicted to refreshing Twitter because they know, or they think that, in their mind, they know something is happening and they just want to be on guard. They just want to see it. Maybe they could maintain it, control it, do something, if only they could catch it fast enough.
Yep.
It's really a nightmare.
It is.
I have creators that will message me 3-4 in the morning and they'll say, I'm thinking about it again. What somebody had said. And it's maybe that gives power to somebody who enjoys being toxic. I don't like to believe that that's really the mentality of some of these people. But it's worth mentioning that as if you're a viewer like myself, I don't create any content, but view a lot of content. The amount of time you spend looking at a content creator, thinking about these content creators before you skip to the next channel, before you walk away from your computer, doesn't really compare oftentimes to how much they think about you, how much time they spend thinking about what entertains you, what makes you happy, what makes you unhappy. And I don't know if I really have a point to that so much as that it's just such a painful thing to see in light of how many people choose to be toxic, that the very people you're trying to tear down are the very people who spend so much time
Mhm.
trying to provide you with something of value. If we could keep that in mind and build a community around calling out toxicity, about being very vocal, about being very defensive of people, and not just content creators, but anybody that gets attacked for any reason, I think we find ourselves going into a better place, and hopefully a lot less people that end up in front of our CRT team trying to be talked down.
I think we're very, very far from that, and here's why. So I talked to a political streamer that I bring on, or that comes on regularly, and he'll be joining us later tonight, Destiny. And I was explaining a situation, and he told me that there was actually a word for this. I forgot what the word is, but it's something where when you see someone else do it, you think the worst possible thing. Oh, what a complete asshole, disregarding other life. Like for speeding, for example. If you see someone else speeding for work, on the internet, it seems like most people will find a way to try to cancel that individual and label him the worst things. Yet when they speed, in their mind, it's justified because they know they're a good person, and they know they're only doing it in this situation because of this extreme reasoning, and it's justified. So I think this word, I forgot what the wording is. No, it's not virtue signaling. Someone has to know what this is. Fundamental attribution error. That's what it is. This is what's causing the disconnect. The problem is when people are going live, when people are typing in chats and saying these things, in their mind, they're disconnected with the effect of those words. They're typing it in that moment because they have a certain feeling that streamer has created within them, and in that moment, that singular moment, the long-term effect of whatever they say to that streamer is irrelevant. Because in that moment, what they type is justified based on what they felt in that moment. Now, as far as the effect goes, that isn't taken responsibility for, or there's no accountability on that. Yep. Because what happens is the individual has that thing where they rationalize and justify why they did that, how they're a good person, they didn't mean it, the guy's probably good, he's rich anyways, and they find different ways to move on from it without actually directly connecting to the guy saying, hey, I was mad, right? This is the issue. And to make it worse, to further lead us down the denial, since there is no face-to-face, personalized connection, a lot of the times there isn't I don't want to say incentive, I want to say there isn't an inclination to reach out further and apologize and clarify the context of their criticism, right? So what happens is it ends up being, it's this thing that doesn't get tied off, and the streamer takes the certain effect, dissects it the way he dissects it through how he perceives the world and others' opinions of him and different things, and then that individual moves on thinking nothing's going on. But in reality, that one singular criticism has now, led to 16 different pathways of self-deprecation, or is deprecation the right word? Yeah, deprecation, and 15 different avenues of just complete and utter shit. So the issue is that the issue is no one really understands the long-term effect of some of their criticisms and some of their words, and no one understands. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Dr. K.
So no, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
So the last thing I was gonna say was, I think the only way we can fill this gap and somehow connect that area that's disconnected is have people understand through some sort of comparison, even though comparisons are a terrible thing when it comes to like mental disorders and stuff, but that you got to find things that they can relate to. So for example, like if I'm in high school and I'm seeing people face to face, when you start writing things on the internet that you feel about this person, you truly believe, but none of them are substantiated, but you're kind of just throwing it in there and you truly believe it. This is no different than a rumor being started and people whispering in the corners of the hallways, and you're walking by and you know exactly what they're thinking despite who you actually are and what you're actually doing, and your couple friends that have your back and speak up for you, their voices aren't heard because it doesn't match their narrative. It's the same exact thing, but no one can compare the two because for some reason, since it's on the internet, people have this weird inclination to believe it's not as impactful. That I'm just the internet. He just saw some words typed in his chat. He probably just banned it. He sees 10,000 messages a day. There's so many ways to rationalize and justify why it's not as effective as an in-person criticism. And that's what I want to go into. But anyways, go ahead, Dr. K.
So first I have a question. Then maybe I have a disagreement with most people here. And then if you guys will permit me, I will have a rant and then I will go to bed.
Perfect.
Because
Sounds
my
like a
kids
plan.
are going to wake up in about 6 hours.
That's what I wanted to get real rowdy. I want to hear a lot of fucks being thrown around in that
Same.
rant.
So the first question, Train, is like, so like, brilliant point, right? The fundamental attribution error. Great. So then the question is, why isn't everyone toxic? Because everyone has the fundamental attribution error.
Can I answer that? Or is that more?
Yeah, please.
So
Why isn't everyone toxic?
I think everyone, okay, so I believe, this is my, obviously it's not, I mean, I have no proof behind this, so I don't know if I can use this language. I have this like PTSD now because I've been put into my head where I can't say certain things based on some streamers, but I'm going to ignore that for today. I feel like everyone is toxic somewhere, right? So just because we don't see it, right? So like, for example, I think a lot of toxicity comes from like some psychological thing of like physical, like the surface level physical appearance, right? I think some people, when you look at them, to others, they may be able to relate to the way you look and say, I like this guy, he looks this way. Or whereas someone else that may not, I think some people bring out the insecurity in others. Some people make themselves feel better about themselves. So I think you can find somewhere, someplace, a level of toxicity. And here's why I say that. If you notice, the most quiet, nicest people, usually deep down, right? It takes a while to bring it out, but usually, not always, are the darkest. And I think somewhere the toxicity is being projected. We just don't see where. And they all have a chat somewhere where the same thing that's happening with some people in my chat, and they're being nice to me in mine. They have the equivalent where the toxic people in my chat are nice in another, but and then the nice people in my chat are toxic in another. Does that make sense? So I think.
Sure. So I think that's a good answer. But I okay, go ahead. I mean, let me just jump in. So I think that's a good answer. So like but I still don't really agree with you, but I think it's a good answer, and I agree with a lot of the essence of it. So let me start by saying this. So I think that every person has good and evil in them. And I think it's fair to say that like people are toxic in different places.
Yeah.
But I also think that there are, generally speaking, some people that are just like good on the internet. Like, sure, they may not be sunshine and rainbows everywhere, but I think there's a big difference who, like is like sexually harassing female streamers or male streamers on Twitch, and like people who watch Twitch who are like, generally speaking, like decent human beings.
Yeah.
If you played an online game, you know that not everyone is an asshole, right? Like, and it's not like, and I don't think that there are some people who are just assholes just in one slice of the internet, and they're amazing in other, like that could be true. But I think that they're like, generally speaking, they're decent people on the internet who, generally speaking, interact with other people decently and across all platforms. So, sure, but I concede the point that, there's variable toxicity across different platforms or streamers or chats or whatever. I think the streamer has a lot to do with the kind of tone that they set and attracts a particular kind of community.
100%.
And so let me just start by saying, so there's a principle like in public health called positive deviance, which presumes that the answer to problems already exists. You don't have to find the new answer because there are people who are doing it successfully already.
Yeah.
So like the answer to how to prevent suicidal people becoming depressed is actually the answer already exists because there are people who are depressed who are not killing themselves. You just have to go and investigate that. And that's where your answer comes from. And so I think that, and now we get to, I think, the general criticism that I have of a lot of perspectives here is that we all are making assumptions about what is in the mind of a toxic person. Like everyone here has made assumptions. They're like, okay, it's the fundamental attribution error. This is what they're doing. It's anonymity. This is what they're doing. And all of those assumptions make sense. They're scientifically backed. But I think the biggest problem, the biggest problem is that we don't know because no one talks to these people, right? Like, so a big thesis by which I live my life is good diagnosis precedes good treatment. If you want to fix a problem, you have to understand it. And I think one of the problems that we actually face blew my mind. So I had a group of female streamers come on, and then they were talking about like, you know, how they're treated like shit in video games. And at the end, I was stunned to hear them say, yeah, we'd like to hear like a stream where you're talking to a group of toxic assholes because we want to understand what's going on with them. And I think if we want to change culture, like we can't just come up with solutions without understanding the problem. Because I think there are good people out there and I think there are bad people out there. I used to be like a super toxic dude like playing Warcraft 3 when I was 21. And then I like learned how to be a decent human being because no one had taught me how to that.
That's the key.
I agree with that last part a lot
That's
because
the
I
key.
took it upon myself to make that
So
happen.
this is also where like I actually think, and I tend to be like pretty idiotic when it comes to optimism. But I don't think that this is, so fixing the fundamental attribution error, I agree, is going to be decades or millennia long process. Yeah. But I have faith that we can actually make significant strides within this community within 1 to 5 years. And the reason is because we aren't tackling it in like an appropriate way. And the first reason is how the fuck are we going to come up with any kind of solution unless we talk to the source of toxicity and ask the guy, why do you go on Amaranth's stream and call her a C word? Right? Like, why do you do that? Like, what's actually in your head when you do that? You know, like what's going on, man? Like, what prompts you to do this? And first, we have to understand, like, why they do this. The second thing that needs to happen is, like, so this is the cool thing, because I think the very things that we think are our enemies are actually our friends. Because Twitch can be a force for good. Like, sure, like, everyone talks about Twitch chat like it's a super toxic place.
Yeah.
But, like, if you really, like, stop and you actually, like, I feel like Twitch chat is a kid who's misbehaving. And like, if you put faith in the kid and you treat the kid with 100%. A little bit of respect, you will be surprised what they do.
That's accurate. Yes.
We got a group of people talking about porn addiction. And it is like, so even worse than Twitch chat is YouTube comment section. Have you guys seen the cesspool that is the YouTube comment section? Mm-hmm. There are a few places in the internet that are worse than Twitch chat. YouTube comment section is one of them. I was blown away by the inspiring comments in our porn addiction stream. Dudes who are talking about how they can't stop jerking off. Like, can you paint a bigger bullseye on your back for the internet? And like, all we see is, wow, these guys are courageous. Wow, that's amazing. Like, I can really relate. Like, it blows my mind. So the first thing is, I think that there's goodness out there. Like, I'm with you, Train. There's toxicity out there. There's toxicity in each and every one of us. And boy, do I feel it whenever I play a game of fucking Dota. And it's like, you just want to flame everyone, right? Like, because it's everyone else's fault. So like, we all have that within us. I'm with you there. Second thing is, we have to like actually talk to the sources of toxicity. Agreed. We have to understand like where they're coming from. Well, now this is my rant, by the way. I'm segueing. If you guys hadn't noticed.
I have one thing to say. I'll say it after.
Yeah, go for it.
Or should I say it now or after?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I feel like, so what I feel like it is, it's a lack of social awareness. And I feel like it's getting worse and worse as time goes by because of things like the internet, because of things like social media, because of situations where you can't be face to face and read someone's obvious body language. So now how the hell is someone going to read it over the, fucking internet, right? The issue is, right, so my biggest issue is, so I see a lot of people justify toxicity toward me by saying, well, I'm toxic, Train's toxic, he talks a lot of shit to his chat. But the problem is, the main issue I don't see toxicity as evil. I think most of the people, even the most toxic, are decent human beings and they're nice guys. That's what I truly believe. Most of them are. The issue is the lack of social awareness. And through that, you could possibly maybe in some situations assume a lack of self-awareness because of that. Because if you know yourself and what situations you don't want to hear slang and what situations you do, you can kind of, from there, a little bit understand where someone else wouldn't. The issue is people blanket the time and place to shit talk, right? So what I mean by that is, I'll further clarify because that made no sense. What I mean is, so for example, I have a 2-hour segment in the beginning of my stream where people, say I'm bald, say I'm old, say I'm ugly, blah, 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 and I roast them back off their usernames and just ad hominem attacks that are completely immature and toxic, but it's a good time. Now, when that ends and I start talking about serious things, there are a group of people that don't understand, okay, Train put 2 hours aside, he's in a goofy mood, he's shit talking, we're shit talking. Now we've hit a serious point. We had the 2 hours. Now I can see from Train's body language, it's time to put that side of me away and let me actually give him some good, rhetoric and, some good responses and give him my opinion. People don't have that awareness to transition and understand the time and place. And I think this is instilled within you either at childhood or it's instilled within you through the experiences that you learn from a face-to-face connection through activities that you do in person versus the internet. And this is getting worse. Therefore, people don't understand the time and place. When I'm in a serious rant and people are shit talking, I'm going to snap. I'm no longer in the place. But then they respond as, you're playing victim. You were just shit talking 3 hours ago. And then it boggles my mind that they can't understand. 3 hours ago, it was a different mood. It was a different setting. This should be an obvious thing that some people understand, but some people don't. So in my opinion, it's not necessarily the toxicity. It's the lack of awareness of when it's appropriate and when it's not. And this is what needs to be educated upon.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm just saying that's a really good point. That's something that I firmly believe in as well. And I'd like to know Dr. K and Jason's perspective as well and what you guys see. I really do think the internet is training people to be just perpetual fucking losers in a certain respect. A lot of people can't recognize things that when we were growing up were pretty basic things, knowing when something is an appropriate response to something, when, now's the time for joking and when it's not. And I think with the internet taking away a lot of those personalizations and a lot of those experiences, people just don't recognize what is appropriate and how things are going to be picked up by people. And when it's not picked up the way they think it's going to be, they get even more aggressive about it, doubling down in an effort to, maybe not look silly or something like that.
And before we get to that question, let's have Dr. K finish the thing we were on, and we can go to question.
I'm going to finish my rant.
Okay,
so I'm with you guys, right? So like this is where we some of us had good role models, right? That taught us how to interact with other human beings. And I think that those role models are out there. And so you may say, well, yeah, how do we get all these toxic people on the internet good role models? If only we had a platform where one person could actually reach 10,000. So that one person could serve as a role model for 10,000 instead of my uncle that served as a role model for me. Right? If only we had tools where we could educate masses of people at the same time. Maybe we could do something about the problem if we had tools like that.
Right. That's why I kind of think from what I've been listening to you guys, ultimately the source of it seems to be a lack of empathy from multiple angles for considering how other people feel when you say something, if you're being the toxic person, to also being a bystander of it. If you don't like the creator and you see someone shitting on them, a lot of times they say nothing because they don't care,
So let me ask you guys a question. What percentage of the player base in League of Legends do you think needs to be positive before you see a dent in toxicity?
Wait, ask that one more time. I'm so sorry. I zoned out for a second.
So what percentage of the player base in League of Legends do you think needs to be positive before you see a dent in toxicity?
That's another thing that I often think about as well, because no one's ever going to think somewhere's completely toxic free. It takes one person to ruin someone's entire mood. And you're going to base that entire community off that one negative experience you had with one asshole. So
give me a percent, Moist.
I'd say there really is no percent. Everyone, no matter who it is, they're going to have one negative experience and attribute it to the entire community, regardless of how actual toxic people are.
Anyone want to toss out a percent?
I would say 80%. Why? And the reason why I say that is because positive people are much less likely to, just sit out there tossing out the most positive comments. And negative people they have, I don't know what it is, but negative people have this type of fuel that just doesn't make sense.
So are you defining this by people that are neutral or people who are actively campaigning for positivity in these games?
Actively, so just like Abdu said, great question, Devin. I'm saying actively campaigning for positivity.
Less than 10%, probably 5%.
I completely agree. So
Yeah.
I think
Okay,
that
yeah.
number
If you
is
said-
10%. And let me tell you why. So generally speaking here, I don't play much League of Legends, I play Dota. But like here's what happens in a game of Dota.
Better
right?
game.
So like someone starts flaming, and then I actually, you know, so I try to be positive, and then I'll like talk to them. I won't flame them back, and I'll be like, hey man, like, do you have to say that? Like, I understand that this guy fed and lost his lane, but like, is flaming him really going to help? Like,
Right.
I mean, have you ever fed and lost a lane? Like, let's lay off a little bit. You'd be surprised at how well that works. I get fucking commended and like shit every game. Everyone's like,
Yeah, I spent. Sorry.
It doesn't take much. So now here's the question. If there is one person, so like let's say you have a toxic asshole and then you tell them, hey man, do you really need to do that? And then they call me a cunt and they start flaming me. The second game, someone says the same thing. They call them a cunt and they do the same thing. Third game, they do the same. Fourth game, the same thing happens, they call them a cunt. By the time the 7th, 8th, or 9th game in a row where someone is asking this person, like, hey man, do you really have to say that? I think they're going to shut the fuck up. All it takes is one person in a game, but at least one person in the game. It takes 10% of the population of the player, like of the player base, to start putting a dent in toxicity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I used to play League of Legends, and from about 2012 to 2015, I had this crazy idea to run a stream about like positivity in League of Legends because it was so toxic, and that was like basically the theme of the stream. And it was exactly that. Like we had a really small community of people that would just say positive stuff to people and never flame. I got like tons of honors in the game. I had all kinds of like accolades and stuff like that, and it worked. Like so many games were saved because like it was like, hey man, like just don't tilt, like push through it. We can win. It's gonna be good. It's like you can be a part of it. Yeah, for sure.
Right. Yeah.
It's like, it's shocking to me how little, like we're so hopeless about this situation, but there has been like no kind of concerted effort whatsoever. And so this is the second phase of my rant. So as a community, I think we need to change a couple of really fundamental things. And I think this podcast is an awesome step in the right direction. So we've talked a lot about, like, I think RAD is an amazing organization. We send a bunch of our people from Health Gamer to RAD's community, so let us know if we're overflowing. Because people come to our community and they're like, oh, maybe I should get help. I can't afford it. And I'm like, well, RAD may be able to help you with that. Please apply. So thank you very much, Jason, for all the work that you do.
And just as a really quick aside, sorry, very quickly, we are going to take a segment where Jason explains like what RAD is and why it matters. And we're past $4,000 in donations, guys. Keep it up. Thank you.
Great.
Yep, sorry.
So let me just share a couple thoughts about like mental health in this community. So the first thing is that like, so a lot of people wonder if what I do on stream is therapy. And that's like, it's like a good ethical question. It's an important discussion that needs to be had. And I think that there's a part of me that just gets infuriated by the question, because what I do on stream is be a normal human being. If you guys have been in mental health treatment, like you understand, maybe you'll understand the difference. So like maybe all therapy conversations are emotional, but not all emotional conversations are therapy. And somewhere along the way, as a society, we started thinking that taking care of our mental health is only like treatment. And if we think about it, like, are there things that we do for our physical health that can improve physical outcomes that are not medicine?
Yeah, of course.
Like what?
Exercise.
Absolutely.
Any kind. Yeah.
So
Any
do you
form
know
of physical
what
activity.
regular exercise, what the effect size of regular exercise is compared to anti-cholesterol medication for heart disease?
It's astronomical. It's insanely beneficial.
It is insanely beneficial, about as good as cholesterol medication.
Mm-hmm.
So you can take a cholesterol pill or you can exercise.
Mm-hmm.
And somewhere along the way, when it came to the mind, we stopped doing any kind of mental exercise or emotional nutrition. There's nothing like that, right? So we, somewhere along the way as a society, we stopped recognizing that there is mental health stuff that is not like mental treatment. Like not everything that you do that is therapeutic is therapy. And so the first thing that I think we need to understand as a community is like we're saying, what should you do? Train is like, get them to a fucking, talk to their parents, talk to their psychiatrist, get them help. But there are also other really important things. I mean, I can't impress upon you all because it sounds like many people were close to Byron. Like, Byron struggled, my understanding anyways, that he had struggled with these problems for a long time. And I think your presence was a profound positive impact in his life. That treatment has a very important place, but mental health, just like physical health, is way more than medicine. And the sooner we get that as a community, the better off we're going to be. We have to understand that, like, we've got to take care of each other, and like being a supportive friend counts for a lot. Because I think more than half of people who experience mental illness never get treatment. And how do they survive it? It's because they do things that are therapeutic, or other people support them in a non-medical way. So the most effective treatment for alcohol sobriety is not psychiatry or psychology or therapy, it's AA. Some of the most effective treatments that we have to overcome addiction, literally the most effective treatment that we have to overcome addiction, is not even a treatment at all. And so we need to understand that as a community, and we need to start thinking about, like, what can we do to take care of our mental health? RAD absolutely is a really important organization, but everyone is asking the question, what can I do as a friend? Yeah. And like, you've got to understand that, like, you don't just punt them to psychiatrists and that's the end of the story, because they're going to struggle to see their psychiatrist. Their psychiatrist isn't going to understand them. They're going to be prescribed medication that makes them fat, and then they're not going to want to take it. And then as a friend, like, it's your responsibility to say, hey, like, instead of just stopping the medication, why don't you go talk to your psychiatrist? Be there for them.
Yeah.
Critical.
I was referring, just to clarify, I was referring, like, for the parents and parents and psychologists or psychiatrists, I was referring, like, in the extreme instances of mania and depressive states.
I think that's completely appropriate. And like, when it's really, really bad, you don't have, you try to get them into treatment. So next thing that we need to do, like, as a community, is I think like a multi-level, like, approach. And what I mean by that is, like, we need, because like you guys are saying, these are problems of self-awareness and like lack of role models, is my opinion. And what I base that on is by talking to toxic assholes, and like asking people who used to be toxic assholes, why aren't you a toxic asshole anymore? And there's a pretty prominent esports player who I won't name, but he was kind of telling me how he used to be a toxic asshole. And then someone who he like kind of looks up to a lot sat him down, and he was like, hey man, you got to stop doing this stuff. And he's like, why? It's just words. Right? And he was like 15 or 16 at the time. And then like through several conversations through someone he respects, he changed his behavior. And like, this is what has to happen, because people don't understand what they're doing. They're like Train said, there's no self-awareness, and no one has ever taught them this stuff. So I don't know exactly how we teach it, but I've been thinking long and hard, especially about like sexual harassment and sexual assault and all these kinds of things. Like, I honestly think people need like education and training first and foremost.
Yes.
Like, a lot of these guys out there need to be taught, like, there's like incel and red pill kind of communities. Yeah. And they learn a particular way of like interacting with the opposite sex. Yeah. They're like, what's the counterpoint to red pill? Like, who else is teaching men how to relate to women?
The problem is, I think, so I deal with this a lot, right? My community oftentimes is called incel, but I feel like the people that are pointing at that are more incel than at all. Because like, everything I tolerate and I ban, I do not perpetuate any of that. Like, none of that. Like, anything is permabanned instantly. I rant against that kind of behavior. And then the communities that call it have no boundary there. And so like, there's this weird thing where, as far as the education part goes, like, there needs to be, it's a wild, wild west right now. That's the problem. There's no oversight.
So the other thing is that, like, I think we don't support our mods well enough as a community, right? So I don't know like what kind of like training mods go through, but I think mods should go through training. Like, mods should like learn how to deal with like conflict resolution and stuff like that. That's kind of stuff that we're thinking about. So I think like one thing that needs to happen is like if you stream or you're a public figure, you serve as a role model, and people are going to follow you.
Holy shit!
Right? So like,
vibe with that really hard.
I actually, real quick, I'm so sorry to like butt in. I actually feel like I'll be quick with this. I'm sorry. I feel like we need to get away from that. Actually, I feel like
I argue with Train about this a lot.
I feel like here's what I feel like. Okay, I feel like that actually puts the individual, if they have a mental disorder or if they don't, it puts them at more of an area where it pushes them in that direction of negativity. And here's what I mean. The standards at which all of us, some of us might have a reasonable description to what a role model is, but the standards at which a role model are held to in the public's eye, it is such an unrealistic standard that it will make you go insane. It will push you to areas where even if you have to act this way, you will break, whether it's in private and no one knows about it or anywhere else. I think we need to get away from that and normalize that the person you're watching is no different than you. He's getting off stream. He's jerking off the same way you're jerking off if you're a man, if you're not, whatever the hell. He's making the same mistake. He's irritated the same way you are. He's unhappy and happy the same way. He's hungry. He's not. It needs to be normalized. Like this idea that like we're some sort of superhuman and you need to follow our footsteps. I mean, this isn't a situation where we're, getting our medical degree with a 4.0 GPA with 2 majors, 3 shadowing experiences, 2 internships. Half of streamers, right? Like they haven't even gone through enough life experience or enough to teach them accountability, responsibility of their own stuff. How can these people be role models? And I think that it pushes the standard onto them and this responsibility that they're not ready for. And I think that also affects them negatively.
Absolutely. So I don't think that what you and Devin are saying, I don't disagree with either point. I think those can both coexist. So I think, unfortunately, Train, you are a role model.
Yeah, that's what I would say too.
Right?
Damn, I feel bad for some parents' kids.
Yeah, so I think it's unfair.
You are whether you would have it or not. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's unfair to you, absolutely. It pressures you, absolutely. Pushes you into a place of negativity, absolutely. Which brings me to my next point. So you're a role model. We need to support streamers better. So I think like the CRT program at RAD is fantastic, right? But it needs to be like more than that. Like it's not just if you're falling apart and you're having a manic episode. It's like, so I've been working a lot. I've learned so much about imposter syndrome. And I've really dug into it because it's an area of like psychiatry and psychology that there are papers and stuff about. But I think we're seeing the emergence of a whole new like diagnosis in our society.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry again to cut you off. So I really do apologize. I want to ask you a quick question. So here is the issue that I find with the role model thing. Okay, it takes us right back to the lack of experience to be able to read the situation correctly. And let me explain something. Let me explain what that means. So I am who I am, right? My personality is a piece of me. It's a part of me. Even if I try to somehow censor it, it would change me to a point where I don't think I could continue. It would destroy the essence of who I am. So when I talk to, let's say, Adept or Fandy or anyone else, the way I talk, the problem with being seen as a role model and advocating toward this is the people in chat that are looking at me to learn, they're not learning the context because the context can't be taught. That is something that I don't know if it's instilled as a kid or as a parent. A parent instills within you. I don't know if it's you're born with it. I don't know if you have to go through life experience. But the problem is they blanket the way you talk to people that know who you are, and they believe they can talk like that to other people, but it's inappropriate. The way I talk to my friends, they understand where I'm coming from. But if they blanket that and they reciprocate that and they do this or imitate it, it's going to end up in situations where, right, we're getting into everything we were talking about earlier. Does that make sense?
So I think so these are not reasons that I think I wouldn't say that I disagree with you. I think those are important factors which need to be accounted for in our solution.
Okay.
Right? I don't think it changes the fact that you're a role model. It just means that like the bar of education has gotten a little bit higher, which we'll get to that in a second.
Okay, cool.
So I think it starts at the top, right? Okay. So it starts with like streamers being role models, us supporting streamers, so that because you can't be a good role model and you can't serve, like you can't be your best self if you're feeling like shit all the time and dealing with like negativity and toxicity, right? So you can't be empathic or compassionate. I think Jason was talking about caregiver burnout, which is very real. And like what burnout comes from, like, so lack of empathy comes from burnout. And as streamers as a group, we're just all fucking burnt. I mean, I'm not, but like, I think most streamers are like super, super burnt out. I'm lucky enough to where I don't stream that much, but even then, like I'm exhausted after streaming for 2 hours, 3 days a week. Like I'm wiped for the rest of the day. I have no idea how some of y'all do this for like 8 hours, 10 hours. It's nuts.
Yeah.
It's
I
so
don't-
mentally
insanity. Is it possible to be past the point of burnout where you don't realize you are anymore?
Sure. You burnt to a
That's
crisp.
probably what it is then. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So you guys hit some sort of like toxic equilibrium in terms of your self-care where you're able to like trudge through the coal mine of your life
Yeah.
and continue mining coal.
Sounds about right.
Absolutely. So I think Train, it starts at the top. So we serve as role models. We need to be better supported so that we can be the best role models that we can be. Second thing that needs to happen is we need to like train mods. Because mods at the end of the day, like we're not like mods are the front line, man. Like being a mod has to be tough. Like they work so hard. And we need to support mods and train them. And that's even something that we're not doing a great job of in our community, which we're actually like actively working on. So we're thinking about creating like mod support groups and mod training and things like that. And the last thing that I think we need to do is like connect with our community directly, right? And this goes back to the idea that, you know, if we can turn 10% of the Dota players, and all we have to ask them to do is like say like a couple of sentences every game. You just need 10% of the population. And I think you'll start to see a shift. And the last thing is that I think we need to offer alternative resources. So this is how I'm thinking about the problem and what I plan to do about it. Alternative resources for these like toxic people on the internet. To understand these things, like when you say context can't be taught, it absolutely can. Because you learned it from somewhere. Otherwise, you wouldn't understand it. Right? Like you can absolutely teach it.
I meant like it has to be learned through like a trial and error type of thing.
Sure.
Like
But,
experience.
I mean, all kinds of things need to be learned through trial and error that you can teach people, right? Like you can do that.
Yeah.
And so I think like this is basically what we've got to do. Like we've got to create resources for like people. And I think this is also where we don't have a safe space for people to express toxic ideas without getting pitchforked.
True.
Like the problem right now is that we have either you're in an echo chamber where it's like super toxic, or you go into a woke space where if you say anything out of line that's like not woke, you get banned.
I would hug you right now. I would hug you. I'd give
There
you a
needs
kiss.
to be a place where like these people where, you know, with this esports guy, someone sat him down and they had like a non-judgmental conversation about what they're doing is wrong. Instead, what we've got is like, everyone get out your pitchforks and white knights to the rescue, and you're a toxic asshole. There's no attempt at understanding on either side. There's no attempt to educate.
That's right.
There's just crucifixion.
A lesser evil and a greater evil. Yep, that's exactly right. Yeah, I agree.
And so I think like this, like we have to engage with these people, right? Like there's some guy who gave this TED talk about like converting Ku Klux Klan members, and he's like a black dude, and he like goes and he talks to them, and they have all these conditioned beliefs about what black people are, and then they meet one. And so like we need to teach our community like how to talk to girls. We need to teach people who work in esports what is appropriate behavior and what is not appropriate behavior. If there is a girl, or not just a girl, if there's anyone whose job it is to be nice to you, don't hit on them. Just don't hit on them, because it's their job to be nice to you.
Yeah.
If you invite a girl up to your room to hang out, don't invite her under some kind of pretense, because I don't know if you guys have been reading these like twit longer stories, but like there are all these people who invite people to their room under one pretense and then they make a pass. And it's like, if there's a drunk girl at an after party and you tell her, yeah, you can crash on my couch, you better not hit on her. Like once she gets up there, like that's just bad. You don't do that. But I think the problem is that like so much of our community like doesn't know how to like with the sexual harassment and sexual assaulting. I think like they just don't know how to interact with women. And I don't think that excuses their their behavior. I don't think that they shouldn't be held accountable. But what I'm saying is if we want to fix this, punishing the people that come to the surface for the most egregious problems is only the first step. Because for every person who commits sexual assault or sexual harassment, there are 10 baby versions of that person in our community growing up right now. And we have to stop them. We have to teach them, because one of those 10 is going to grow up into someone who sexually assaults like a woman who's been drinking because they've been drinking. And don't even get me started on substance use in our community, because that's a whole other thing.
Dr. K, I just want to give you like the tiniest bit of feedback, just from a streamer's perspective, hearing the things that you say so that we can find a solution, because
Please.
I'm totally on board with you in finding all this. But like hearing it, I have to admit my train of thought is like, okay, I've tried things like that. And then people escalate because now I'm giving them attention. And then also it's really annoying to call out somebody in the chat and then like 6 people go, don't give them attention, keep doing you. Like that's infuriating too, you know, and that adds to the problem because it's like, okay, like, can you just let me experiment talking with these people? But anyways, so there's that part, which is a sidebar. But then the main part is like people escalating. And then, well, now they're jumping in and they're saying the N-word. And so I have to shut that call off right away. And I have to, you know, and then it's like a backfire because it's like, okay, I never want to do that again because it's giving them the spotlight and they're making it worse. And then it's like there's so much that goes into trying to reach out to the toxic.
So let me be clear. So I don't think you should do that live on stream. What I'm talking about is a space that's separate because I completely agree with you. That is a terrible idea. Like that's just feeding the fire. Right. So what I'm saying is like that, like as a streamer, I think we have a particular responsibility. We need to be. I agree. That's separate from like the mod thing, and that's separate from the community thing. Right. So like I think like this is what's cool is like we actually have ways of interacting with our community that don't have to be live on stream. That's a huge asset.
So do you think that the person that comes in randomly and says one toxic thing, I mean, you're not referring to them when you say our community, right? Because I don't consider that. Exactly. No, and that's what I do is I just ban them. But like, I don't consider that a part of the community. Sure. Maybe the Twitch community overall, but not like my personal community.
So I'm not sure exactly where this happens, but like that's part of what I'm figuring out. And I'd love it if you guys have thoughts about it. But like, I think like our Discord is like a good example where we ban a lot of people too. But I would love it if we could have like a safe space where people could like, we could actually talk to people who exhibit toxic behavior. And we could try to like have, because, you know, I mean, it's happened on stream with me too. Like where, you know, if you try to engage with someone on stream, like all they're looking for are the lulls. Yeah. And they're not willing to engage you in any way, shape or form in any kind of meaningful conversation. But the cool thing is that we do know from like positive deviance, for example, that these conversations can happen. We just have to like duplicate those. And I think it happens more granularly at the community level, like not at the streamer level. It has to happen like on Discords, right? It has to happen like with mods. It has to happen like on Reddit. Like these are the places where, once again, I think if we can hit like 10% of people, we may see a change. But I really appreciate your feedback, Adept, and I completely agree with you that trying to have a non-judgmental conversation with someone who's trolling you on stream is just going to fuel the fire and is completely unproductive.
Okay. Oh no, and I appreciate that. Like that cleared it up for me because I was like, you know, I want to help the community overall, and I know that Train, I get that you don't think that we should be role models or we should take that off of people, you know, but for me personally, gaining a community, gaining an audience has made me realize that I do have the power, I do have the influence, and I need to start critiquing and structuring my own life and my own behavior so that I can help, you know, anyone else who's been through the same struggles as myself or whatever. And so, yeah, I just appreciate you clearing that up for me, Dr. K.
Yeah, thanks for the feedback. So I unfortunately, I got to run because it's way past my bedtime. And I'm particularly sad because it looks like we have a couple more people who I really respect and enjoy talking to. And sorry.
I get how it is. It's okay. All right.
Thank you guys for letting me rant for a little while.
Dr. K, it was an honor. It was a pleasure. I really enjoyed having you on. My community doesn't tell me to talk to you for a while. I've kind of been in so I kind of got my feet wet here, and I'm actually, we'll set something up.
I don't like it when people pressure other people to come talk to me. I think
I let them know. Yeah, I let them know that it's not appropriate.
I don't think that's good.
Yeah, it's not a content. It's
so I don't want you to feel pressured.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Well, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it, guys. Please give some love to Dr. K. HealthyGamer_GG. It was supposed to be an hour. He stayed a long time. We're talking 3 hours, 3.5 hours he's been here. So a lot of love to him.
Too entertaining, Train.
Oh my God, hold on. I hate to intrude on your time. Can I ask you one question and then I won't back and forth? I'm just super curious because this is something that I've wrestled with for a long time in my life. If you have a friend that confides in you, like personal thoughts, and you know that they're wrestling with a lot of suicidal ideation, and they trust you to some level with their thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that if you feel like that friend is at risk for hurting themselves, do you have an obligation to call somebody and do something about it, or do you think that's a violation of that boundary? Yeah, well,
I think it's okay to burn a bridge to save a life. Does that answer your question?
No, I have like 20 more, but that's okay. I'll bug you some other time about that. I'm really,
sure.
I'm big one. I'm really curious about.
And it's challenging.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. K.
Thank you, Dr. K. A lot of love, guys. Please spam it in chat. HealthyGamer_GG. Thank you so much. That was amazing. Let's go ahead. Welcome XQC. Welcome Destiny. Thanks for supporting this and thanks for being a part of this. We're going to go for about an hour and a half longer, and then we're going to wrap the podcast up. Devin, do you want to have Jason?
Yes, I got it.
Yeah,
So I think the first part of the podcast, the design of it, and a huge thanks to Dr. K for getting this, for being here and just talking about these issues. What we want to do right now is I want to get Jason some time to talk about what RAD is and why we're here, and then we can kind of like keep going on the mental health discussion and get Jason a little bit more involved. So Jason, if you could take some time to explain what you're doing at RAD, why it matters, and like what we're here for, that'd be really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate it. And yeah, I love the kind of just like free flow conversation openly about mental health. Those are the kinds of things that we really want to be seeing more just in general around the world. And to that point, RAD, Rise Above the Disorder, is effectively a homegrown universal mental health care system. We started as a World of Warcraft guild, inviting people that wanted to talk about their mental health, and ultimately going through a lot of that talking and seeing that most people needed to talk with a professional, finding professionals to talk to, and then discovering kind of the big issue that a lot of people face, that you can find the best possible mental health professional to see that you really are excited about seeing, and then realize you don't have the right insurance, you don't have the ability to pay. And then we just amplified that a million times more. And our solution, as a bunch of people that were pretty much just no-lifing World of Warcraft, was, well, what if we started selling carries and boosts to cover people's mental health care? And it was kind of a really unique system. At first, Gary kills, getting people to Diamond, or sometimes even getting people to Challenger in League. Whatever it really took to fuel the cost of people's mental health care was what we were exhausting, until ultimately we got discovered by Trick2G and some of his viewers, which happened to be Imagine Dragons. And kind of the rest just exploded, where we became a nonprofit. So I've been doing this for many, many years now, and really just tried to build programs that fit to the current problems I see within mental health care, which is namely access and affordability. Far too many people have no way to access mental health care, or just don't know even the right steps to take to get any form of care. And then the vast majority of people can never afford that care, even if they find it. So from selling carries to collecting donations to working with content creators and music artists, we've been able to fuel the recovery costs of a little over 36,000 people now, from well over 100 states. So we're just rapidly expanding that.
A little bit of emphasis on that. He just said that's 36,000 people that got mental care that would otherwise not have done it through RAD.
Yeah, it's been a really incredible journey. So when we're talking about things like just talking in general about mental health, and we're making kind of these grand visions, and we're looking at what makes a community, who are the toxic people. I mean, we've seen it all. Like we've literally seen it all. Our numbers are so well established. I mean, when the European Union Parliament decided on gambling and loot crates within gaming, we helped influence that. when the World Health Organization was talking about gaming as potentially addicting, we fought back against that and made our stand known right there in front of many other delegates. And in terms of trying to expand access to mental health care and make that a right, a possibility for anybody, we helped to co-create different programs with the United Nations to do exactly that for developing nations who will hopefully not make the same mistakes that the United States made in terms of creating a mental health care system that is, like our healthcare system in general, really only available for those with wealth.
With money, yeah.
You're
such a like nice and humble and like soft-spoken person. I feel like I got to get in here. Boys, listen. Hey, guys. We're at 53:22. Okay? I think we can get together. We can get the 10K together, right? Like I said, take care of you first, right? Right now in the middle of a pandemic, crazy shit's happening, so please make sure you're good. Don't, take care of yourself. But, anyone else, boys, we're almost at 10K. We're $4,678 away. Quick math. Is that right? I think so. Hey, we're almost there, boys. 53:22. Let's get to 10K. And I'll throw some on the top at the end, boys. All right. Love you guys. So
I appreciate that.
No, I appreciate you, man. Dude, you're so nice. I love it. You're like so positive vibed. I feel like, yeah. I can't.
And his voice is calming as shit.
Yeah. I could like, put you on, never mind. Okay.
I've done a lot of, well, I don't want, it sounds like I'm jerking myself off, but I've done quite a bit of work with charities in the past. I've never encountered a person who is so passionate about fixing a problem as Jason. His understanding of depression, both personally and just relating to all of the people that he's helped himself and all of the people he's found help through his charity, his passion for it cannot be understated. And I look for a lot of things in charities, such as just the amount of money going back into care, the amount of administrative fees being taken off the top. Rise Against the Disorder is like the most legit community, like charity in the gaming space right now for mental health. And I think I'm glad you're here. I'm glad we finally did something because I've been talking about bringing you on something like this for a long time,
I appreciate that. It's, it's been a lot of effort to kind of build this. And I think, when we first began, we were a group called Anxiety Gaming. And, I remember people tell us that, mental health and gaming made no sense, that focusing on the gaming community was a niche thing to be doing, that we were making a lot of mistakes and trying to do more within the gaming community. And that was almost 10 years ago. We rode the wave of esports, but we rode it in a way where, we just worked with everybody and we never talked about it. We expanded with the rise of Twitch, but we didn't create content. We served the content creators. And now as we've kind of increasingly built ourselves into the music space and, even this weekend working with like Wiz Khalifa and Snoop Dogg, we've kind of continued to do the same thing, almost to a fault where we're just so focused on the people themselves. So we don't function very well as a business, so to speak. That's, usually
I've had to drag you kicking and screaming into the monetization world. Like, God damn it, Jason, you gotta make some money, dude. Like, they're so passionate about the program that like a lot of the time, they'll just be trying to do everything for free, and you'll be working your ass off, like, helping as many people as possible. And it's so noble, but yeah, like at some point, like, you gotta scale exponentially to get in front of more people, right?
Well, you would be proud of where we have come. I've hired significantly more people in the last few months, more social workers, more people that can help us provide a higher level of care. We're getting biz dev people brought in for the first time, so they can do that. But I guess I mentioned very briefly once before that we had some like a secret program. RAD only really has 3 programs. The first program is what a lot of people tend to use, and that's our therapist finder. If anybody in the world just really want to start seeing a mental health professional, that's kind of that first step. You have insurance, you have the ability to pay however much that may be. We kind of have our social work team go through, get a better understanding of you, and then we spend the next few days interviewing 30, 40, sometimes even 50 different therapists to try and figure out which one is going to fit you best. Now, if you can't afford that, that's where our second program is, and where a lot of people end up being these days, where we just cover the cost completely. I've covered people's Uber. We've covered pot, for people that find that takes a lot of the edge off. Of course, psychotherapy, group sessions, sometimes even medical exams if it's necessary. Like, that's really where we get to do the most good with the donations that we receive. And then our third program is their CRT program that I mentioned, our creator response team. I've just seen it all. I work with people who have very troubling addiction issues, and I might show up to their $40 million mansion, because they're part of some gigantic, well-invested group. But at the end of the day, I'm really working with a human that feels so much pain that anytime they have to experience that pain directly, they medicate. Lots of imposter syndrome, whether that's the kind of person who hyper procrastinates. Let me just make sure I do everything perfect, but I'm not going to do anything until I know for sure it's going to be perfect. To the, I'm just going to stay distracted this whole time. Like, I'm going to no life Path of Exile or League or WoW until maybe the issue just solves itself. And then ultimately they do the thing, and then they go, well, I got lucky. That's just, that's all it is. To, and of course, the suicidal ideation, the depression, the anxiety, kind of blows my mind. A lot of the esports players that we work with, to get into esports now, like, there's a ton of money. But if you look at somebody who got into esports like 10 years ago, when it was literally potentially throwing your life away, like, yeah, mom, I'm not going to go to school anymore. I'm going to play League of Legends Season 1. And that's what I'm going to do. A lot of the times we start working with those people, there's some kind of underlying anxiety, some kind of underlying depression that this lifestyle really, was fit for. And thankfully it worked out.
We just got a $1,000 donation from Dr. K and Dr. K's wife. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's awesome. They wanted you to know that they said what you're doing is really great and helping remove barriers to getting help, and they really appreciate you.
Thank
Dr.
you.
K, thank you so
Appreciate
much.
so
That
much.
is, hey, that's wholesome. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. K, and thank you to your wife. I just want to say that. I heard that, and I love Dr. K. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Just wonderful. Yeah, I guess that's really us in kind of a nutshell. The kind of ever leaning idea of universal healthcare, or specifically universal mental health care, is what we're trying to build, and I firmly believe that the gaming community can do that. I don't think we have to wait for politicians to play in our favor. I don't think we have to wait for some kind of messiah. I think we simply need to kind of band together and continue to push that 99% forward.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Are you kidding me, Devin? I step away because I have to do something real quick, and you can't continue from that? Okay, I got it.
What do you what do you mean? Dude?
Oh, that-
I mean, like, I'm letting it sink in, dude. Like, we need a little bit of a moment of just feeling and absorbing the goodness. Okay, I'm just feeling the vibe, riding the wave, dude.
That's the
All right?
effect. That's the effect you might be feeling, but trust me, when it comes to having an audience of a large audience, the effect they feel is this. It actually perpetuates this just trust me. Okay, it's not good. Anyways.
Okay, wait. So I missed a lot of the earlier conversation. So I have a couple questions, but you can tell me if you guys have already talked about it because
go ahead.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. What is your? I'm assuming you don't go by Feels Rad, right?
No, Jason.
Jason. Okay. Yeah. So obviously, both the people on this podcast and the audience listening have a lot of people that play a lot of video games. like 4 hours a day is laughable. Like I'm talking like 8+ hours a day for a lot of people. How is somebody, like, what are some indicators that somebody should look for to find out if they have like an unhealthy relationship with that hobby? Like I'm sure there are people that play for 8 hours a day, but they still work, they still see friends, like they feel okay. And then there are people that, you know, don't. Like how should somebody know like this is probably an unhealthy addiction or something?
Sure, that's an excellent question. So what we tend to kind of fire back with something like that is this person able to identify that this behavior is getting in the way of their life? Is it getting in the way of things that they want to be doing? Is it getting in the way of things that they should be doing or need to be doing? If they can't identify that, okay, there's probably a pretty serious problem there, this kind of lack of awareness of everything going on. We see that in like substance abuse issues where, you know, even of a poll of about 30 million people who struggled with substance abuse, only like 1% actually identified that they had a problem, which is pretty alarming. So if they don't have that awareness, then I'm pretty concerned. If they are aware, then what I tend to think is, okay, what are you trying to get away from? What could potentially exist here that leads to someone occupying so much time with any habit, and maybe not even just any habit, but something like gaming, where so many systems are built to entice you, to reward dopamine, to set up that kind of psychological structure where it feels rewarding, sort of, to continue playing.
How does somebody know when they're at a level where they need like external help for something? So maybe somebody has tried to deal with issues and they feel like maybe they don't have a good grasp on it, or they can't tell if they're improving fast enough. What are a couple of good indicators for somebody to be looking for like, I need to reach out to somebody else because I can't deal with this on my own?
Sure. So in terms of what that individual might be looking for, if they're being introspective, you know, if they can be mindful of where their feelings are, if they can be mindful of what their actions are, and they identify that those things don't line up with what they want and where they should be, more so that has been going on for an extended amount of time. And it's at a point where the symptoms, the response to those things, is starting to have some other kinds of manifestations. Now, that's kind of like a long-winded way to answer it. But I think the reality is, if you're somebody who is experiencing something like depression, for example, and you go through and you realize that this state of depression has not faded and it's been a considerable amount of time, that's a point where you might want to start to reach out and get help, because whether you've really developed something like a major depressive disorder or not, you're certainly taking on the behaviors of such. And that is an issue. If it's like something related to anxiety, and anxiety is keeping you from going the places that you want to go, is keeping you from doing and engaging in the actions that you want to engage in, and you don't find that you have had any change in that over the last few months or so, that's when I tend to recommend somebody seek help. At the same time, I almost kind of encourage it. I think maybe that's where Dr. K and I disagree, is I'm almost to the point where I think, as we increase access to mental health services, that they're pretty safe to activate on at any point. Not necessarily that somebody will fix you, but somebody will be able to help you identify even further if it's necessary to be in treatment for an extended amount of time.
Okay.
That's cool. Sorry, I was looking at the donation list. We got I just pulled a Trainwrecks. Holy shit. Okay. We have a $1,000 donation from Tora Baca. He says, Mill Love, thank you very much. That's one of my emotes. Dude, that's an amazing donation. Thank you so much. We also have a $500 donation from MP. Thank you very much. And I'm Triggered. That's super cool. Thank you both. In the last 20 minutes, we have tripled what we were before Jason explained what RAD was, to give you an idea of the power of calls to action in terms of marketing. Yeah, so we're now passing 9,000 guys. You guys are doing incredible.
Yeah,
Wait,
thank
what
you
is
for that.
I always read that in the fucking sponsor sheets when I did it. call to action. I always read that time. I was like, what the fuck even is that shit, dude?
That's like Train going, guys, we're only 10 away, 10 away,
Yeah.
guys, 10 away.
That's
That's a call to
constant
action.
shout outs. Yeah. Which, by the
Yeah,
way,
like-
we are only $978 away from 10,000. Yeah, that's a big
I fucked
number.
up in the. What I should have done is I honestly should have had. We should have had Jason introduce like right away, and so I fucked up beginning of the podcast. So we were like, we like, and now like that Jason's like had a chance to talk a little bit. Everybody knows what Rad's doing. Like we're just like killing it. You guys are crushing it. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I definitely wish I could have had a 10-man because I think XQC and Destiny would have brought some good dialogue in, but you know, someone wanted 8, so it ended up working that way, and I actually agreed. But yeah, I'm sure we'll do this again. We'll bring Destiny and XQC, and they can ask whatever questions they want, and we can further you know, expand and explore. But as far as you know, everything that's going on, do any of you guys, you know, I don't think I've ever, you know, I mean, obviously this isn't you know what, this isn't the stage to ask. I'll ask guys personally. Destiny, go ahead. I think you're going to say something.
No, I have like a million mental health related questions. So if you don't have anything to talk about, I can just ask those. But otherwise, yeah, you keep going.
I'm happy to answer those as well. That's what I love.
So I guess my question is, and I think this affects a lot of us here, right? I think XQC is, you know, at least during my, like, you know, when I was streaming a lot, he was one of the only ones that was like, you know, just going huge hours, right? It would make my hours look like nothing. So do you think, so I think a lot of us, some of us are raised in a way where you have to learn that sometimes it's not what you want, it's what you need to do. And since we're in this world where money makes the world go round, it's this capitalist society, do you think when you're in a position like a streamer where you're not sure when it ends, and I think that that's part of the justification and part of the, or at least the start of what leads you down the path of possible denial regarding your mental health or physical health when you put hours and hours and hours in, because you're trying to take advantage of the situation. You're not sure when's this going to end. You know, when am I going to wake up one day and have 1,000 viewers instead of 30,000? So how do you find a balance in this? Do you think it's justified, you know, in our line of work where tomorrow everything can end over, you know, a DMCA or over a ban? Does that make sense? I think this is the cause of a lot of people's just hard grind and excessive streaming. And obviously it's just what they love to do. Like that's obviously a reason as well, but the other is just as much of it. Yeah. Does that make sense? So I guess what I'm asking is, how do you balance that? Like, is there a way to step back and realize, you know, the long-term effects, and is it actually worth it? Because I think what we do in America a lot is we spend all of our health to get as much money as we can, and then we spend all of that money to get all the health that we lost back. So it's this really weird thing where it's, you know, it seems counterproducctive.
Did you make up that quote yourself? That was hella profound.
Yeah, that was really powerful.
Yeah.
No.
Did you like read that in a book?
No, my dad told me it.
Holy shit. Okay.
That is incredibly insightful. This is really wonderful.
I've said it a lot. Yeah, that's what he tells me if I don't go for walks or go to the gym. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
To bounce off of what you said, I feel like people need to talk about it, but that's kind of like it's kind of hard to find that balance for the most part, because that's kind of like a risk people take on, you know, with streaming, is because when you go full-time streaming, it's like you become whatever you make, you know what I mean? So it's like the amount of work you put in, or however you structure it, or however successful your stream becomes, you know, that decides how much you'll make, or whether it'll be able to continue to be a livelihood. So I feel like a lot of people just kind of tunnel vision, and they forget the whole taking care of themselves part, because in a sense they are kind of taking care of their self, because they're trying to make money to live or make a livelihood. But it kind of at the same time, both sides kind of like, it's like a big conflict, because it's kind of like, okay, am I going to go hard, try to get more viewers and try to get more money and try to put more hours in and not really take care of myself, but then I'll have more money to take care of myself and handle bills. I won't stress about that. Or do I take some time off and do it? So it's a big conflict between those two things. And I feel like bigger streamers, they kind of talk about it, but they don't really talk about it in depth like that. You know, I feel like they kind of breeze, but it's kind of like, oh, you know, yeah, this is it affects my mental health, or you always see where people, they get to a point where they're really successful and they don't have to worry about that anymore, and then they just shift. It's like a shift where you see a lot of people like, okay, I'm not doing this anymore because it destroyed my mental health, because they kind of like destroyed their health on the road there, and then when they got to, I guess, their final destination, it's like they switch up, or but I feel like it's important to take care of yourself as you're on that road. But I feel like it's not talked enough much unless it's like it's only talked about much at the two extremes, when people are just at a point where they're not making enough and they have to quit, and it's like, or where people are making enough and they just had enough. So I feel like in between it's not really talked about as much, so people don't really think about that as much when they're trying to get to those goals. If that makes sense. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. I think we live in a time where people like Gary Vee are so well idolized but so misunderstood. To that effect, it's just kind of the go mentality. And it's really hard to shake that. Like, you can be mindful enough to understand that if you continue to go nonstop, that you'll fall apart and then you lose it anyways. But that's hard to say when you see other content creators putting in more hours and you go, well, like maybe just another few hours. Really hard in business where you go, well, look at all of the, the business are picking up. Like I need to keep going too. There's an infinite amount of things that you can do, and those things tend to eat away at us until we burn out just from that fatigue of all of the things that we're trying to hold ourselves accountable for to begin with. And one of the hardest things that I've even had is trying to answer that question, because I have to deal with that too. I either go to bed and this person who just filled out an intake that is not feeling well, is maybe even suicidal, has to wait, or I work with that person now and then I miss the one in the morning that comes up, or I'm too exhausted to do the next one, or I could just kind of stay up the whole time and just keep doing it. That makes it a lot harder. I remember in kind of the earlier days of Twitch, when content creators were really fighting for that like 1,000+ concurrent viewership, not at the double-digit thousands yet. I had this larger content creator reach out to us, and he had said something to the effect of, I don't know what to do. If I don't go live, I lose the viewers. They go to somebody else. I lose the subs, and then I lose everything: the car, the apartment, the everything. But if I go live and keep pretending like I have the energy to do this, I'm going to kill myself. And where do you give them the answer there? Because to some degree, the reality of that career facilitates that.
Actually, this is actually, so I saw some clips on a Reddit regarding what Byron was asking or said should be implemented. And this is, I think, how you fix it. I don't think it's something that we can do as content creators individually. I think it's something that if we ever get to a point where we need to take mental illness seriously, or even normal people getting pushed into situations where they have a induced acute episode, I think the only way to really solve this is by like setting stream days. If Twitch came out and said, all right, you can only stream 5 days a week, choose those 5 days, the other 2 days you have to be off. And this applies to everyone, no matter where they live. This is a Twitch rule. I think that is so smart. Like when I saw that clip, it's genius, because none of us, we know what the repercussions of taking a day off. I mean, even me, when I know I need one, I know what's going to happen. I'm going to come back the next day. That day that I went live, I could have worked for that 600 sub reset that's going to happen that day, but now I'm going to be back. It's just like there's so many numbers you miss out on, not to mention the ripple effect of that day you miss as far as clicks and exposure and stuff like that, right? Obviously, the community stuff matters. I love going live for the boys, but at the end of the day, like that growth, you're missing out on a lot of it. So if there was a forced day off or 2 days off that is like implemented by Twitch, I think that's the solution. in my opinion.
I had
I think
I don't
real
really agree
quick.
with that actually, because that just makes creators want to work on their other platforms on those
yeah,
days off.
100%.
Mhm.
I
It
think
doesn't help their mental sanity at all.
There's a pretty large F500. I was talking to an executive there. I don't think they wanted me to name it, so that's why I'm being kind of like dumb and vague about it. But they found that if they didn't give their, like, if they just told their employees like, hey, you need to take more, believe it or not, in like a lot of tech companies, taking vacation time like is like really hard. Like getting people to actually take vacation time, because we're so connected with our devices now and everything that like we just get notifications for work we have to do, and like we're on Slack all the time, so it just feels like you're working even if you're technically on vacation. And then with COVID, there's all this stuff going on, so like you always feel like you're at work. So they actually found that if they told everyone that they had to take some time off, they would that was the only way they would actually get them to really take time off. I'm not necessarily supporting the point, but something interesting to think about, right?
I think one of the problems is that as we like kind of grow up and we go through all of our different stages of life, like we're never really taught how to manage our work life. Like generally everything is usually capped for us. So for instance, there's only so many hours you can spend in school. There's only so many hours you can spend at work before they have to pay you overtime. So generally like 95% of the population doesn't really have to think about managing like a work-life balance. This is a really common problem with small business owners though, is that when you become like self-employed and you run a small business, like every part of your business can creep to fill literally every single hour of the day. You've never really learned to say like, okay, now I need to stop working if you have stuff to work on, because generally that's like a boss telling you time to go home. Like, I'm not going to pay you overtime. Like, get the fuck out. So like, if you want to be somebody that is capable of knowing when you have to stop working, like it requires some deliberate setting aside of time for you to figure out like, what are my financial goals? You know, what is my goal with my content? And then how many hours do I need to allot to meet that goal? You know, like a lot of people use, I don't want to say use this excuse, but a lot of people say the thing where they're like, oh no, like I'm worried that everything's going to end tomorrow and blah, blah, blah. I don't actually think that's why people stream infinite hours of the day. I think people just do it because they can. And because you're not really used to saying like, oh, okay, well, I've done 6 hours today. I should probably stop, or I've done 8 hours today. I should probably stop. I think it's just because we don't really learn that skill of how to balance out work and life.
Yeah, you're right. I have a big issue with that.
And also, I think like most streamers know intuitively that broadcasting that long, just coming from a stats points perspective, isn't even that beneficial. When you look at the hours broadcast, you start getting diminishing returns after 6 hours broadcasted, unless you go all the way to 24 and then it resets because your audience picks back up again. So there isn't even a benefit to streaming that long. I think it's just literally out of, sheer lack of not knowing what else to do.
Because you can do it. It's easy to just sit in front of your camera for 12 hours.
And most broadcasters, they know intuitively that's like, well, if I did YouTube, it would be more effective. If I did other things for my ROI, it'd be more effective, etc.
I feel like at that point, for me at least, speaking personally, and xQc can tell us about his experience, since he probably streams the most out of all of us. And Amaranth.
Wait,
Amaranth
I'm confused.
Yeah.
What do you lose by doing more?
Well,
so
mental health or other projects you could be working on.
So you are like a weird robot creature who somehow can stream like 250 hours and have basically no side effects from it. And I've never completely understood.
It's 350. It's not 250. It's
Yeah. It's like some insane. It can't be 350, right?
It is
like,
350. No, it's not 250. 250 is, trust me, it's 350. It's 3.
I wasn't trying to get into that. I just wanted me to like walk me through it. Walk me through like what are like
286.
286. Oh wow, 300.
Yeah. I mean, it's still, you're right, Train. We're talking about an incredible amount of time.
Yeah,
I mean, I think
crazy.
xQc, the idea is that if somebody is putting that many hours in, there's like a certain amount, there's a certain scale, like a certain like exponential scale that like goes up with mental stress, dealing with toxic people, like community, like things like that, right? Like,
yeah.
Maybe
so what we're kind of getting at is there's a concept called like marginal return, right? So the easiest way to express this is with money. If I give $1,000 to somebody that has $1,000, that's a lot of money. Then you're doubling their money. If I give $1,000 to somebody that has $100,000, I mean, like, it's nice, but it's like, okay. If I give $1,000 to somebody with $1 million, that's just, they don't even notice it, right? There's like, the more that you do of the same thing, the less that thing kind of matters. So like, for instance, if we look at you, if you put 300 hours a month on average into streaming, right? That's about 10 hours a day. If you were to cut out 2 hours a day, 3 days a week, right? That would be maybe like 36 hours a month off of streaming, that probably wouldn't impact your stream too much, but you could get shredded in that time, or like become a virtuoso like instrumental player, right? You could play like a guitar, learn some crazy skill, right? And those 36 hours spent on any other skill would probably be dramatically more like fruitful to your life than just streaming for 36 more hours, right? You're already doing 270. Do you really need to do 36 hours more? If you did it towards any other skill, you could go from 0 to an amazing level in it rather than just putting 30 more hours into streaming.
We can even use this exact same example with streaming. So if you took 30 hours off that 286 and you focused exclusively on YouTube, your brand would be bigger, objectively, right?
The way I feel about this is I feel like that's the concept you can apply like in a lot of scenarios. But I feel like you have to be like ridiculously disciplined to pull that strategy off. It's kind of like when people say, "Oh, dude, if you want, you can sleep like 3 times a day, right?" And like that schedule is so hard to keep up that it's hard to actually make it like fruitful or whatever.
Yeah, you're talking about the Uberman, the polyphasic sleeping.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah. It does require a lot of discipline. And one of the funny things about streamers is that a lot of people assume that if you put in a lot of hours towards streaming, that means you have a lot of discipline, when in reality it's actually just really easy to do that.
Yeah.
If you can stream for 300 hours, of course you can do something else. Like, well, no, fuck, actually maintaining a schedule and anything else is actually really fucking hard. Like, I don't stream a lot because I have ultra discipline. I just do it because it's really fucking easy and it's enjoyable for me to do it. So yeah, it does require a lot of discipline to do it. But like, of course, I think you would agree that like, if you could schedule 30 hours a month to do anything else but streaming, whatever that 30 hours was, if you did it, it would be so much better for your life and everything in general.
Yeah, like if you vlog or something and you upload it to YouTube, or
yeah, sure, YouTube or even like some health related thing, or just like learned a hobby, went to school, go to the gym, like literally any other fucking thing, learn to cook, whatever.
Yeah, XQC's point is totally true. It's super, super hard to like get the discipline to do that. Like, I feel like one of the people that I actually really look up to in this way, and I say there's like a lot of different like mysteries of the universe, like the Riddle Sphinx and like fucking the eighth wonder of the world, and how Amaranth produces all the fucking content she does. Like, I don't understand how you have 2 active Twitters, 2 active YouTubes, an Instagram that you update all the time, a TikTok that's active, your Twitch stream where you stream 400 hours a month. And like, I just have no idea how you do it, but that's like a really good example of a very rare like person that diversifies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I feel like
it's so hard.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I feel like it's because that like they said earlier, the discipline isn't really taught. It's kind of like, if you think about like, if any of you guys, whoever went to college, like when you went from high school to college, like with high school, it was like you had your schedule, you stuck to the schedule, and you did that. But then when you go to college, first day of school, they give you the syllabus, which is literally everything you'll be doing throughout the whole course. So you can get it done early or not. You can get it done, whatever. They have their due dates, but you can get it done.
Doing it the day before.
Yeah, but you do it the day before. You know what I mean? And you're like, oh, shit.
The hour before.
Yeah.
True. 400 hours? What the fuck?
Hey, what's up?
And
Pat was saying 400 hours. Like, I don't think I stream that much a month.
Well, do reruns count?
Because I was counting your sleeping streams. You do.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
So your last 30 days, you had 368 hours stream. So I was pretty close.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then I think it's also because the structure of like how everything we do throughout like life, from the school system to work to everything, is like streaming is still relatively new, you can kind of say, and a lot of people haven't been taught how to be like self-employed or run their own businesses. You're like, when you're going through school, you're basically learning to get a job, and when you get that job has a structure already, so you don't have to think about that. But when you start streaming, there's no structure. You make all the structure up, but if you've never been taught that, and you've always been just forced to stick to whatever time it was throughout your day, now it's like you make it up. So it's like, okay, what do I do? Do I put more hours in? Do I sleep more? So it's kind of hard for people to really figure out how to navigate that. So some people can easily get stuck into, oh, yeah, I'll just stream 10, 20, 12 hours a day. And then some people are like, okay, I'll do 2 hours and not stream 3 days. And so it's like, it's really hard for people to really get that, because we're never taught to really like you're never really taught to run your own business. So everyone's literally learning as they go.
Yeah, and Twitch does absolutely no education to help us understand how to do these things. Yeah.
Well, not to mention, as soon as it's very easy to on a practical level, I guess, say, okay, well, if you took 2 hours a day, 3 times a week, out of streaming and put it into the gym, it's better for you. It's easier. The problem is the things we don't account for are in those moment feelings and moods that ripple away from the gym 3 times a week, 2 hours a day, or whatever the case might be, right? So for someone that talks the entire stream, right? Maybe for a gameplay streamer, possible this could be it. But for someone that talks all the time and needs like a certain, energy behind their voice and a certain character and charisma, I feel like back when I was going to the gym 6 days a week, I was only streaming between 3 and 6 hours a day. Like I couldn't. I was literally yawning.
Yeah.
I was dead. I was beat by the time, hour 5 came. So it's like these things are good, but there's a ripple effect and that'll further reduce the hours as well. So it's not only 2 hours being removed from the gym. Now you're going to remove other hours.
There is that like kind of ripple effect, but like this is why like I people use the word motivation a lot. I think it's a really shitty word. Like I don't think being motivated to do things is the important thing. I think it's doing things when you're not motivated. And like for if you went to the gym 6 days a week,
Agreed.
right?
Yep.
I know you've had this feeling before.
100%.
Okay. And this is discipline, okay?
I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, maybe you do. There are the days that you
just
don't want to
talked
go
about
to
it
the
yesterday.
gym.
Yeah.
Nobody ever goes to the gym on a day that they didn't want to go and then comes out thinking, fuck, I really shouldn't have went to the gym today. You
That's exactly
always are like, fuck, I'm glad I went. Even if it was a
That
shitty
happens
lift
Wednesday.
session. Even if you don't even do it,
Yep.
even if you can't lift much, you always walk out of there
That's right.
feeling like, fuck it, dude. It's whatever. It sucked going in, but I'm
Yep.
glad I got there and I fucking did it. Yeah. So
We
I think
literally brought this up yesterday in the advice stream. Just doing it motive. Yeah, that's on point. 100% accurate. Yes.
You know what? I was given a piece of advice once by like a business mentor when I was trying to figure out how to balance care and then business and look, I want to help all of these people, but also you need to raise money and do things like this. And one of the things that they had told me straight out, and they said, like, I don't know if this is clinically sound, but motivation is a luxury. You just need to do it.
That's the same thing I've been.
And that really, really stuck with me. Those days that you wake up. I think there was a quote too from, it's a Stoic quote. Devin, you might know who this originates from. But it was to the effect of like, I'm not alive to sleep or to rest. Like I live to do. I think it was.
It's Lucius Seneca. Yeah, it's in the letters of the Stoic, right? The books that he sent to. Yeah. I don't know. I don't remember which letter, but I remember reading that.
It's hard to balance with mental health, and I think that's at the core of that conversation. So let's run that game. Okay, so motivation is luxury. The more I stream, the more money I could make. But wait, there's a cap. But also, what if I spent more time doing these or these or that? And then that kind of harsh reality that everybody is so different that even if somebody tried to make some kind of rule or somebody tried to do some educational course on like how you should be a broadcaster, how you should be an entrepreneur, they'd still be wrong. Because ultimately you're going to find where your limits are. I think the real training is how to identify that limit and to be responsive to that limit. Because you could be a 300-hour a month broadcaster and still be cool. You could be a 100-hour a month broadcaster and be at breaking point. And both of you could keep going. It's really the person who identifies that breaking point that's actually going to remain viable. The other person is just not going to make it.
I think what sells us this idea that we need to have motivation to do something, and if we don't have motivation, then it's not for us. And I talked about this a little bit yesterday, and I think it's actually like really impactful, or it's a very negative thing. Like it perpetuates this very terrible thing that gets people to like bail out of, make excuses for themselves. And it's this thing that we're sold. I don't know if it's sold because we're in this capitalist society, and the CEOs of companies want to sell the idea to put you in this situation where you're just a rat in the cogwheel of things. I don't know what the psychology is behind it, but this idea where you're sold, the American dream. If you find what you love, you don't have to work a day in your life. When you're sold this from birth, or from the moment you're, in school all the way up, people get this idea in college where when you start a major, if one of the classes bores you, then this major is not for you, or this thing is not for you. Listen, there is no loving your job every day. There is no, your job isn't a job if you love it. This stuff is like, it is, if there is any truth to it, it is just taken out of context, and it's been applied incorrectly. It's not the case. Like when this is sold to you, it's such a bad effect on people, and it causes them to make like rash decisions and impulsive decisions that lead them to nowhere. Right? They'll be 6 years in college and they still haven't decided what major they want because of this feeling. You're always going to run into a class you don't like. You're going to run into a class that you have no interest in. You're going to run into a class you're bored in. So this idea where you're supposed to have motivation if you truly love what you're doing is, I think it's unrealistic, and it's destructive. Yeah.
Yeah. There's always something to every job, even if you love it, that you're not going to like. And the only people who get to be rid of those are the ones who are so successful that they have enough money to hire the people to do the bitch work they don't want to do and get to do what they like about the job.
And
then you have a bunch of other problems you got to deal with, because then you got to start dealing with like human resources and shit, and like people complaining and all kinds of yes. It never really ends. Is the point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's something you can relate it to. It's kind of like why the divorce rate is 50%. Because people think, they get married, it's going to be all peaches and cream and everything's going to be amazing every day. And then people realize like, oh, this is some freaking work. And then they're like, yeah, I'm not going to do this. I don't want to do this. I'm out. So I don't know. But like, I've kind of been going through that myself, like motivation, just trying to like teach. That's why I haven't even been really around much, but just kind of like trying to teach myself to really just, or get my mind, get in the mindset of just doing what I need to do. Like one thing, as far as like working out, because for the past 2 years, like I'll work out for 2 months, because the motivation is high and everything. Then the motivation is gone, and then it's like you miss one day and then it's over with. And then now I've been kind of like just trying to get myself to the place where it's like I'm doing what I need to do. It's not because I'm motivated or it's of course there's reasons why, because it's like, okay, of course it's gonna be better for my health. I'll be in better shape. I'll be able, I feel better and everything. And I've just been doing that with like all different aspects of my life, though, just trying to do what I need to do and not relying on that motivation or relying on, of course the motivation is still there and it's like amazing, but it's like not relying on that or always hawking on that to like, do what I have to do and just really just doing it.
I think
I have a take on all that. I feel like I've been listening to you guys talk and ramble for enough. I don't want to make it negative. It's not rambling. It's just this whole discussion. I feel like I still feel and see like swimming like as like a hobby. So it goes on to it. Like if you, I just feel like sometimes it's kind of like if you're not motivated to do it, don't do it. If you don't want to compete, don't compete. And if you don't want to fucking put in the hours and compete with the highest, don't do it.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. I think that mandatory day off is just kind of silly to take that away from the creators. That's just saying you can't trust them to not make their own decisions. I don't think that's really a solution to much. It's just
I think in general, a lot of people don't realize this. But I think in general, I don't think we trust people to make a lot of decisions. A lot of people take it for granted that they'll do the right thing, but that's only after like over a decade of programming, whether it's from school or whether it's from parents. Like, I think if you put people in certain environments, I think they'll just make shitty decisions. And sometimes it kind of has to be like, if not forced on somebody, like pretty heavily like encouraged to like, maybe it's a good idea to do this thing. I guess like banning somebody from streaming like 7 days a week is probably not a good idea. But I think sometimes it's good to have like, hey, like maybe this isn't necessarily good for you to do this.
Yeah, like an encouragement as opposed to something that's like strictly enforced or something, I think could be beneficial.
Sure.
I think just increasing the awareness would be like that. I feel like it should go to that extent. Just increasing the awareness, maybe putting stuff out like, maybe this, if you could, just having people aware of it instead of kind of like forcing them to do it.
Yo, dude, let alone days off. You guys talking about a day off a week? Think about this. Honestly, I think it's a miracle that nobody has fucking died from these long streams people do whenever they get dropped on their channels. Like the Tarkov drops. These happen. You get like 36-hour stream Andes, 24.
Wait, somebody, well, at least one person
it's
has.
It's a miracle nobody has fucking died in one of those.
I think somebody did, right? Wasn't there a Japanese guy that literally gamed himself to death? And then I think it happened with WoW a long time ago too. It's really, really rare.
I've only heard live streaming it though. Like, let's XQC saying no one on Twitch like fell over after 48 hours of playing Tarkov.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a Japanese
from like a drop stream, like an incentive to go really fucking hardcore,
Well, I think one of the things that is going to be harder to see is we're probably not going to see somebody drop, after a 36-hour stream. What we're probably going to see more likely is how stress really destroys the physical body over time, and how some content creators, long after the Twitch career, or maybe Twitch continues for, an indefinite amount of time, but in their 40s, in their 50s are going to start to fall apart. Physically, like we see how the body responds to stress. We see how the immune system responds to stress. So yeah, if this isn't something like you really love, and really every day is a lot of hardship and a lot of stress and a lot of anxiety, then yeah, eventually it'll get to you. Probably not, while you're doing a live stream, but probably more when you have your own family and you're retired. And although other people are, living, it seems like forever these days, you may not be one of them. So that's a little grim, but kind of harsh reality of stress. On the plus side, though, in a more positive thing, when we're talking about motivation, I've just kind of like slowly been keeping tabs as we get new intakes, and we've hit nearly 100 people that have started to enroll in our Therapist Finder program. So like just from watching the stream, a lot of people are now choosing to get help. Yeah. Within like the past 2 hours, actually, that another one literally just comes in.
So just real quick, just to give a little bit of like background on that. So what Jason is saying, so for people that are just joining us or have been watching for a while, what RAD is it is a charity that gets gamers in touch with mental health therapists. And there are people who can't afford that, and RAD will afford the cost for you to get in front of that therapist. And they've done that so far for over 36,000 people. And so what Jason is saying right now is that just as a result of the stream, over 100 people have decided they need help and have contacted Rise Against the Disorder.
It's pretty exciting to see, especially. And
we just passed 10K.
Yay!
Let's go.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. So thank you guys. Huge donation from Spaced Out for $500, and Noob Master 69 for it's a hell of a name, for $690.
Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Yeah, it's exciting to see that. I think as much as we're talking about motivation in the context of broadcasting, like motivation to get through depression, motivation to get through anxiety, I mean, that's kind of a pretty serious nightmare. How do you motivate yourself? I see it from time to time. People will reach out to us. We'll reach back out. We'll get started. And they'll say something along the lines of like, yeah, I don't know if I'm ready, but like when I feel like I'm ready, that's when I'll reach back out. And kind of always push back to them. Like, if you just wait your whole life to feel like it's time to do anything, when is it ever going to get done? In depression, just by the nature of depression, that motivation already escapes you. Same thing you might see with anxiety. If you have anxiety, there's a level of anxiety that's going to prevent you from doing the things that you need to do or feel like you need to do when anxiety relates to confronting that anxiety. So there's really not going to be high levels of motivation. I mean, maybe that like 2-3 in the morning epiphany that you hold on to, and then you fill out the application, and then you go to sleep and you wake up and you just kind of continue to not address things. But that's kind of a major factor, that kind of removing that understanding that motivation is necessary for you to get better. It's not. The reality is that if you can mechanically push yourself through that process, we can mechanically help you through that process, and eventually you find motivation, but you're starting to find recovery along that way.
Can you speak a little bit to your hospital, your clinic?
Yeah. So that's kind of a relatively new thing. When I first kind of introduced this idea of like a universal mental health care system, there was always this vision that it would have to exist within some space, that rather than paying for people's treatment by sending checks to therapists all around the world, instead we'd actually be able to practice it in the way that we would want to. And that was more like a pipe dream for a really, really long time. But it's only in like the past year or so that started to become a reality due to just some very, very chance connections with people. So it seems very, very likely that within the next year or two, we'll pretty much move everything that we're doing to Atlanta, where we'll have an incredibly large space to have people fly in and actually get treatments without any kind of cost association, just almost like a St. Jude, but for mental health care. Someday. Love it. I'm actually really curious about what Destiny's questions he has lined up are. I tend to always watch Destiny's very like inquisitive and very in-depth conversation. So I'm curious to see what you have been thinking about.
Oh, it's just like there's just like a bunch of stuff. I feel like mental health exists in this like separate category that doesn't get much attention. We talk about some behaviors that I feel aren't really. It might sound like a hot take, but like I don't think bullying is like much related to like big things when we talk about like depression or bipolar or borderline or whatever. Like I think it's important to talk about it, but I get like I don't know if anyone out here has done it, and I'm not if anybody said any of this. I'm not trying to like be mean or whatever. But like when people, for instance, like when somebody like Byron kills himself, and everybody's like, "Oh, we need to talk about bullying on the internet," and it's like I don't think bullying had much to do with that. Like these are very, 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 very different issues, and sometimes I get irritated when like mental health gets lumped in with like literally everything. It's kind of dumb, I think. Or annoying, I guess.
I think before Jason gives his perspective and shares his knowledge, I think it's not necessarily that it's how the bullying is processed, right? So the way someone, in my opinion, right, or for me with bipolar, like the way it's processed is completely different, and the way it's handled is completely different from someone without it. So it's not necessarily the bullying itself, it's how you process it and take it. Now, we have to go and like distinguish what we mean by bullying, right? Because there's like a surface level, and then there was like actual damaging shit, right? So like we have to like come to a middle ground for what we call bullying. But if we're just going with like the basic terminology, I think it's how it's handled and processed, and how it's moved on, or whether it's obsessed over, and the person begins to see himself in the way that people are representing him, right? So
yeah, no, I understand that. I just like, so like, for instance, like I'm just going by just like so common I see in chat, and I think a lot of people feel this. So this is pretty ignorant from Destiny. A lot of people suffer from poor mental health due to bullying. Like for people that don't deal with like mental health related issues, I think a lot of people believe that like depression is caused by bullying, or that bullying causes people to become bipolar or borderline. And I think that it gives like a very skewed view of where a lot of these mental health problems come from. And then more importantly, in terms of like how to treat them, like when it comes to like helping friends that have like depression or whatever, it's not really enough, or it doesn't do much to like get people to not bully them. Like it requires like way more proactive approaches to helping these people, in terms of like being there as a friend, helping them get like treatment or something. And that like just stopping bullying is like, I'm trying to be really clear. I'm not saying that it's bad to not get people to bully, or that bullying is like a good thing or whatever. Yeah, I think bullying is horrible when you get that. But yeah, those conversations getting mixed like really triggers me.
So earlier in the podcast, actually, I brought that up. I brought up like depression and or I brought up the emotions that are shared with mental disorders that you would have as a symptom of mental disorders, and then emotions you would have from like a cause and effect or situational experience. And I brought that up, and we talked to Dr. K about it, about how there's a difference of, let's say your dog dies or someone bullies you and you feel, something from that effect, but that can be cured. Whereas the mental illness, there is no, it's not being caused by the bullying. There's an actual chemical imbalance that is there. It's manifested. Like for example, for bipolar, I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure. For me, it manifested, I think, end of 16, close to 17. And this is something that, to my understanding, from my experiences with people with the psychiatrists and psychologists I've been to, it's something that was created from like a fucked up experience. Now, I'm not sure if mental disorders can be created. I'm sure some can. I'm not sure if bipolar can. But I don't know. I'm not going to go to assume any of that. But yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. You're saying like people think that like right now, if I bully the shit out of a Dep for the next year, she's going to develop bipolar. I don't think that's true. Jason, can you comment on that?
Sure. So there's a couple of things that are being talked about. There's brain disorders. As we do that sounds very scary, but that is typically where we see something like bipolar, where we classify that versus something like depression. Could you cause her to have a bipolar disorder? Maybe through some kind of traumatic brain injury. That's possible. Through bullying, that's tougher to say. I think I definitely can agree with Destiny's point that there's a lot of difference between what we're talking about to what level bullying could have influenced what eventually happened, versus a severe mental health issue underlying all of that. The problem that we run into and why bullying ends up getting taken so seriously is because we just don't know to what degree we're ever playing with that in terms of anybody's individual mental health. One of the best ways to see how bullying could, in theory, develop into something. So let's say you have a child. This child grows up in a home where there's not a lot of money. The mother's trying really, really hard, works 2 jobs. One day they give them this pair of shoes. It's actually a pair of cleats, like baseball cleats, but that's what they could find, and that's what they can afford. So this kid goes to school wearing these cleats. Not a problem till they go out on the playground, and then suddenly people are like, what are you wearing? Like those shoes, people start making fun of those shoes. And initially that feels really uncomfortable. They're still very young. They're still developing emotions. They're still learning how to respond to things. They're still understanding. They're socializing. They're learning how to socialize. And that was a really bad experience. So, they get in the car and, they kind of don't say anything. They leave the situation. They go to school. And the next day it happens again. Now things start to change. So this child, talks to mom, says, Mom, everybody makes fun of my shoes. Like, I need new shoes. Mom says, well, you're just going to have to make do with what we have. That's what we can afford. Don't listen to them. Don't worry about them. They don't know. So that next day, this child with these shoes doesn't go to recess, stays in class, finds some other way to avoid it, finds things to do. Now, to some degree, the brain has rewarded that. You have avoided the danger, right? Like, you've not experienced the uncomfortable thing. So they continue to do that. And then as they're leaving school to get picked up by their mom, they notice that some of the kids that made fun of them before are also getting picked up. So they wait. They avoid those people. And once they're gone, then they go and get in the car. What we're seeing is a series of avoidance pattern behaviors, as we call them. And the brain is rewarding each and every point of this avoidance because it is self-preserving. That can ultimately develop pretty far along the lines. Now we fast forward 19, 20 years old, and this person isn't socializing. They're not making a whole lot of friends throughout school and haven't. And they go into college and they just feel like they don't fit in and they drop out. It happens. Now, in none of this process has this individual learned that what they've experienced in this bullying could be some kind of trauma, or could be just social anxiety that's developed as a byproduct of that trauma. All they've learned is that from a young age, people can be really dangerous and uncomfortable, and they've naturally learned to avoid that. And at no point in that process were they taught how to address that situation, how to adapt to that situation. So they organically figured it out, a maladaptive behavior, as we call it. And that is where we might see bullying as an issue. For an adult, we might be challenging somebody's capacity to emotionally handle things. If you imagine people as like a cup and stress as water, they might have lots of things in their life that fill that cup mostly to the top. And yeah, a kill yourself being spammed in chat, drops of water, just getting flamed on Twitter, a live stream fails post about you, more and more and more. And if they've never really dealt with any of these layers, these deposits of water, if they've never learned how to bring some of that down, anything could push them. And ultimately, there was a lot there that led to that overflow. And that's what tends to make bullying kind of dangerous. You factor that into the reality that this social anxiety example, at least from the research the research experience, somebody with social anxiety waits almost 20 years to get mental health care, see a mental health professional, but they don't do it because of the social anxiety. They do it because they didn't get married. They do it because they don't have the job they want. They do it because they don't have any friends. They do it as the byproduct of what is their normal life that they don't see as abnormal. They simply, that's how they've always lived it. To bully those people can be problematic. Is it the cause? No. Unfortunately, I think the really harsh reality is so much of the cause happens at a time where someone is defenseless, happens at a time where somebody's learning how to be a human. And the failures of our society are ultimately what's to blame for this fully functional adult many years later not being able to cope with so many things. Again, that doesn't specifically apply to something that is a brain disorder like bipolar disorder, but certainly to things like depression and anxiety.
Right. Kind of how I view it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is like if you're unstable as a person at the center, say like you're like a house of cards versus a house of Legos, and the chat is someone blowing. It's like if you're already unstable, then you're gonna fall. Whereas if you're a stable person and chat's being mean, typically you don't suffer as much. It's like doesn't push you to a certain point. If that makes sense.
Yeah. No, that's right on the money. And to me, what I guess I always tie this back in to what I'm doing with RAD. I think the reality is that so many people are this stack of cards. They are this house of cards, and they can identify that and they want to get help. They just don't have the access. They don't have the funds. They're on Medicaid, and they realize all of the therapists they want to see are in their late 60s and don't give a fuck anymore. Like they accept insurance because they don't care. Or you need the premium insurance, which is costing you a ridiculous amount of money, and it's still not going to cover the cost of therapy completely. And so we just end up with this backed up group of people who, through no fault of their own, have developed a series of maladaptions that we now have to hold them responsible for. And to be clear, what I tend to tell people that come through our programs is, look, you may not have deserved anything that happened to you, but you are, whether you like it or not, responsible for dealing with it. And if you don't, we'll just pass that burden down the line over and over and over again. It's almost a necessity that we have to address it in this time frame. Some people will disregard their responsibility. Well, I just won't have kids, and that's fair. Or I just won't live. And that's an unfortunate thing to see. But the work that we do on our own selves has such a huge impact, and you don't have to see yourself as a role model to take that responsibility on yourself. You just can want a better life. You could just simply do it because it needs to be done, or you could do it to help other people. It's really up to you.
That's well said. Thank you. So as a last topic, by the way, guys, huge shout out to everyone. $10,761 raised. Boys, we are $9,249, $39 away from $20,000. Absolutely crazy. Any oil princes? Thank you, guys. Huge love, huge support. Let's get one more topic in here. I think me and Moist actually had a topic, but Dr. K didn't have time to elaborate on it. He wanted to make one last rant, then he had to go to bed. He has to wake up in he had to wake up in 4 hours, because his kids are going to wake up. Moist, what were we talking? I think we're talking about people don't know the time and place of when to banter, when not to banter, what's too far, what's not. Let's talk about that. Yeah, and then let's wrap it up.
I basically believe that the internet is creating kids, making them losers, manufacturing socially inept homunculus, basically. People are growing up without having like real life experience because they can get it all online. You can simulate a friendship with your Twitch streamer. You can idolize them. You can feel like you're getting your day's worth of socialization by talking to your streamer through a chat.
Yeah.
And these people, and it's not their fault, I'm not blaming them at all, they're just growing up as that's the norm. Like, this is how socialization works, where, you know, they're missing out on social cues. Like, you know, maybe now's not the right time to make this kind of joke. Maybe it's a little inappropriate. Maybe it's not going to come across the right way. I just think, I just feel bad in that kind of situation for people like that. Because like I said, I don't think it's their fault, but there's not much you can really do about it. People are always going to treat like a Twitch streamer with some kind of parasocial relationship. They're going to think that they're, you know, best friends because they talk in the chat sometimes. And then they're not going to grow up understanding how actual like social conversations happen, or at least they might not to the full extent.
Yeah,
I definitely agree with that 100% to every T. And I think what you said about believing that these relationships are like equivalent to like actual ones and taking off their experience from the online ones and applying it to try and like come to a conclusion. That's so on point. I think a lot of people, and I've dealt with this a lot, and I could tell this is what they're doing. Like, for example, I think what I see a lot, and it's actually the only thing that actually gets to me. It's like the one thing that leads to most of the shit that I can't handle. Like, I can handle a lot of shit, believe me, and I get it. I'm not gonna, you know, sit here and, you know, play full, you know, a victim on that. Like, I definitely, hey, listen, I come in hot. You know, I'm aggressive myself. I talk a lot of shit, right? It's definitely justified to get a little shit back, right? Definitely surface level shit, right? That's what it is. I'm not, you know, I take full accountability for that. But the shit that really gets to me, and the stuff that I obsess over, it's what you just talked about. It's people that they're like assuming a certain truth because they've logically thought about, okay, so this experience can't be that hard to understand. So if I just, let me imagine a situation where I'm with this person. So what I'm trying to say is they logically induced the situation in their head, and then that experience to which they logically induced in their mind and the events that followed in their mind is exactly the way it should go in their reality. And then they judge you off of the way they acted in their mind. But what they don't understand, there's so many variables missing. Not to mention, how could they fill in certain variables which they've never experienced to even know they exist? And I see this all the time. People come to conclusions on the internet because they logically induce an experience and they believe it's fully reflective of the real thing. But in reality, it's not. And if they actually experienced it, you know, our experiences would be, you know, they'd be way more, there's more chance of it being alike than it is opposite. So that's why I fully agree with that. And that's why I brought the initial thing up. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, that's not like exactly like everything I'm talking about, though. I just mean where people will choose a one-sided relationship over getting real-world experience because it's safer. You know, people are content to get all of their socialization through the internet, and I think that misses out on a lot of key development because a lot of people that watch Twitch are on the younger side, and those people I really think need to be out there talking to other human beings face to face and understanding how like actual socialization works outside of just like xQcOWs in the chat during a joke or something.
I don't know if they're content though, as far as like they're content to do it online. It's more of like, I don't think they either don't think they have the opportunity or they actually don't have the opportunity.
Yeah.
To socialize. I don't think it's necessarily that they want to have all the interaction only online.
And then to add to that, I kind of think it also has to do with like when they're online, they don't face consequences. Like everyone, like I know when I was younger and we were out and you with your friends and you did certain shit, it's like when you usually learned from the consequences. That's how you usually learn. It's like through things going well or things going bad. You know, if you bothered your friend too much and he was like, all right, that's it, bro, you good, and you just kept going, you either got into a fight, you got snuffed, or you know, you had to face some type of consequence. You talk shit to someone a certain way, you have to face the consequences. But it's like when they're online, they don't have to face those consequences. So it's much easier for them to just choose that route because they just do you just do whatever the hell you want to do and you don't have to worry about it.
Right. When they have too much of those types of interactions where they have no repercussions for anything toxic that they say, I think they start to develop more of like an NPC approach to interacting with others online. They're not thinking about like how it affects the other person or how would I feel in this situation. They're treating it like they're playing a video game and they're playing GTA and they can just punch whoever they want, steal whoever's car they want, and break it. And they don't care because they don't see them as another human being who has the same emotion and insecurities that they have.
I think one of the things I started thinking about, Dr. K got me thinking about this episode. I'm probably going to put more time into thinking about it. Is like the idea that like we really don't have a lot of positive educational communities where people can go online and be like, how do I act? Like, and yet we have these and that sounds like really dumb when I said that, right? But like we actually do have all these places where you can go and learn how to be a total shitter. Like that's super possible, right? Like there's the red pill, there's fucking LSF, there's all these places. So it seems like when Dr. K was like, we need to think about building these communities where people can actually learn these positive behaviors. I'm like, holy shit, we don't have any of that. We don't have any of those. Like,
I don't agree that we absolutely do not have any, but I also think it's unreasonable to say that we don't have any because people don't spend the whole 12 hours at their live to doing that. Because I can tell you right now off the top of my head that I do, give my take on how to approach people. I've seen Destiny give his take on how to.
No, I don't mean there's no Twitch communities that do that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that like the where evergreen content lives on the internet, generally it becomes a shit show. It's generally like toxic, right? I'm not saying that individual. I'm obviously saying not that like every broadcaster on Twitch like contributes to this narrative. I don't believe that. What I'm saying is like generally the places that we go where people can leave comments or behave in certain ways, right? Where content lives, whether it be like YouTube or Reddit or wherever, those are generally negative communities. We don't.
That comes down to supply and demand, though, because the people who want positive stuff, they don't have this kind of desire to like have other people fuel their negativity. They don't need like the affirmation from others necessarily. They don't go seeking it. So it's not something that does become prevalent. It's the people that seek affirmation, like they're not the only shitheads. Like, hey, other people think this too. Yeah, we can all be toxic together.
Isn't it possible that positivity works the same way, and we just haven't trained people to have any kind of use for those communities?
I mean, the way I look at it is like that's kind of rough because I feel like most of the people that are toxic, they just are gonna have to either hit a point, just like Adam said earlier when she was like, she hit a point where she actually she took it upon herself to become a better person. It's like, I feel like at this point, the best thing to do is probably work on people that are younger, and probably steer them towards to becoming more positive people as they're learning, instead of trying to get the people that are already negative to really, have a place to, I guess, go and learn to be positive. Because the people that are negative, they're going to have to take it upon themselves. They're going to have to actually want to be positive, first of all. And I don't feel like a lot of them actually want to. I think they enjoy that negative shit. They just have fun doing that. So I feel like it should probably be a bigger effort to like work on the younger generation that's coming up to be, push them to be more positive instead of negative. And then, people that are negative, they'll eventually grow up and grow out of that.
Yeah.
But
that's kind of what I was saying, is like the negative people are the ones looking for an outlet because they have all this angst they need to release, and that's what the internet provides. The people who are balanced and positive, they don't need an outlet because they've got their life together and they are acknowledged in real life and they have social interactions that are healthy. They don't seek that. So that's part of the issue.
It's very interesting. I think that kind of plays into another point that you brought up. So we're talking about these kinds of these toxic people that are using the online world as like an outlet for some of their stress, and then some of that just toxicity that's flowing there. There's maybe the curious side that people who are being socialized online potentially are going through that socialization process because they don't have an alternative. Whether it's due to some kind of home life situation, whether it's due to growing up in a pandemic, or whatever reason it could be, an increasing amount of time socializing online. Those things seem to kind of go in hand. The kinds of people who would spend the most time within those communities would potentially even be the kinds of people who most need help, but aren't going to be as interested in the communities that are dedicated to help.
Right.
Like, I don't know if I'm totally there. I think there are opportunities to kind of change things, but I do think that there is some acknowledgeable overlap between how the community exists the way it does and why the people who really spend the most amount of time within the communities spend the most amount of time within the communities. I think there's a lot to explore there, a lot to unpack there.
I think this is like more specific to like the red pill community stuff, but I think one thing that's really important is that oftentimes the reason why these communities get so popular online is because they're actually willing to acknowledge some underlying factual description of the world that other people aren't. So for instance, sometimes as a guy, especially if you're a white guy today, sometimes it can kind of feel like everybody's shitting on you. And sometimes you can kind of get this weird feeling where it's like, well, hold on, wait, why is it okay to say fuck all white people and fuck all men online? But if I make a joke about women, people literally want to crucify me. Like, that seems kind of weird. But if you even voice that concern, people will fucking crucify you for it. And you don't have any of these positive, influential, progressive figures that want to talk to guys that feel that way. So instead, these people get fucking annihilated online. And the only communities that exist to absorb these people are like, red pill, pickup artists, Jordan Peterson, like these types of people. They're the only ones that are willing to talk to them. So like, on one end, like, I mean, like, positive messaging is really, really, really important. But I mean, like, if you're not willing to understand or give voice to the realities that some people face, or acknowledge, like, yeah, this can feel pretty weird, or yeah, maybe right now it does seem kind of shitty that this thing exists. Like, if you're not even willing to acknowledge that, then you've like completely and totally lost, like a huge swath of your audience is never going to listen to anything you have to say. I think that's a really important thing for people to recognize sometimes. I've been trying to talk a lot when we've talked about a lot of the sexual assault allegations that come out. Society is like really rapey, but it's not just because of guys. Like, girls play into that shit a little bit as well. And it's important to like acknowledge that like, yeah, like as a guy, you shouldn't be acting like rapey and shitty towards women. But, as a woman, you shouldn't be like pushing towards like borderline rapey shit from guys in order to like get a response out of them, right? Like, maybe it's not okay to have a society where the guy is expected to every single time make every single move in every single circumstance and then act surprised when like, wait a second, this guy pushed too far. Now, I'm not saying that any of the stories that come out are like justifiable on either end. I'm just saying that like sometimes it's good to acknowledge that there is a lot of fucky shit that happens. And if you're not going to voice any of those concerns, well, nobody's going to take you seriously because they see these problems and they live them. And yeah, you have to pay attention to them. I guess it's like a broad thing that I would.
Yeah. That was actually powerful. Yeah.
That was a lot of truth in there. True.
Yeah, I agree with that. That was powerful, and it took some balls because, wow. Yeah. Wow. I feel like, honestly, I'll be real with you. That's like one of those things where I should have just hit end stream right there when it's been like, hey, see you guys next week. Wow.
I think it's an interesting point to make. I think we do indeed live in a reality where we kind of are living so vicariously through other people and through other things that it can be hard to kind of decipher personal experience and to really lean into that personal experience. When we have created that kind of culture, there are people who are going to call out these very instinctual feelings and they're going to lean into them. I think the problem we're often running into, as I think you're alluding to with people like Jordan Peters and Alex Jones and some others, is they try and corrupt that sense. They try and corrupt the side of you that feels potentially unheard because we don't like to talk about some of those uncomfortable things, and they try and create a community around it. They try and create a community about talking about the taboo, even though it's
not only that. Sorry to interrupt you. I just want to add this in there because I think it's such an important thing. And fortunately, I did have Destiny on the podcast where I had a political debate because I learned that this is what they do. People like that, a lot of people question why I don't agree with Jordan Peterson. In the beginning, there's memes and stuff like that, but they use these ins such as the things Destiny just brought up, right? And these are things where that people are thinking, right? You know, it doesn't mean that people are bad that are thinking them. They're just thinking it. So they use that to relate to the person, create a community, and they sneak in like 9 or 10 actual like degenerate views that they hold, but they use the relatable one to pull people in, and the other 9 actual like hateful ones they slip in afterwards. So it's like, it's a really ratty thing. So I've noticed that, and I'm happy that, you know, in hindsight, at least in the moment, maybe not so much, but in hindsight, I'm happy that, you know, for the political thing, that Destiny was there to call out Nick Fuentes. And these are things that happen with Jordan Peterson and other people. Like, if you look deeper into their things, it's not just this stuff. Oh, well, why is it if I say this that I can't say the other? They slip in like some ideologies that are just fucking batshit, and that's the problem. Anyways, continue.
No, I think what you're saying is entirely true, and that tends to be kind of the problem, is that we've obliterated the middle ground, we've obliterated the common issue, we've created a sense of extremes, and you know, to speak on that becomes increasingly political. So more where I'm going to have a better understanding in terms of like human behavior, you know, it creates these layers of discomfort and distrust. But I don't fit into one far right or one far left side or another. So I'm not being advocated for, I'm not being represented, and I lose identity. And then somebody sweeps in and they say, I will accommodate you. But you need to accommodate some other things, because it all goes hand in hand. How does it go hand in hand? Well, don't worry about that, because you're being represented now, and that's what you wanted, right? So everything else just kind of falls into line with that. And you know, that's kind of what that sense of corruption tends to be, but it exists on both sides, which increasingly makes it uncomfortable. I think the challenge, you know, emotionally, is that we have to have some capacity to have a greater conversation about everything, but it's getting to the point where there's so many problems in the world. To have an opinion on everything, you feel like you absolutely do need to have an opinion on everything, but you certainly don't have time to be educated on all of those opinions. You just have to have them.
Yeah.
So if we're acknowledging like the degenerate views, like Destiny was saying, that some people do, does that mean that streamers should entertain trolls or haters, like Adept was saying, and try to work with them, or should we just insta-ban them? I don't really know like which direction to go now, because I see both.
I think that you can engage with trolls, but you have to do it in a responsible way, and it depends. Like, your reaction to that is so incredibly important. And a lot of people, like, it's complicated interactions to talk about, but like, here is one of the most annoying fucking parenting mistakes that I see made, that is so horribly damaging to a child's development. Okay, you'll have like a 4 or 5 year old, somebody that should know better, will come in and maybe hit somebody like an adult, right? They'll come in and they'll throw something at them, or they'll hit somebody. So they'll do something like this, right? And this is a behavior that they clearly shouldn't do. And the parent will do something like this. The parent will look at the child, hit another adult, and the parent will go, "Oh, come on. You know you're not supposed to do that." And then the child will walk off, knowing that what he just did kind of got a laugh and a chuckle out of his parent. People do this half-assed discipline shit all the fucking time, where you are sending very fucking confusing signals to people. So for instance, if somebody in chat comes out and they say some shit, like, everybody knows that like women age out after 35, and after that they're worthless, used up rags or whatever, and you're like, "Oh, come on, dude, like, come on, man, that's not cool to say." That's not engaging with a troll. And if you have reactions like that year in and year out, and you know, in 5 years you find that you're surrounded by a bunch of people that fucking hate women, which is pretty easy to find yourself with at Twitch. If that happens, then it's like, okay, yeah, because you're not actually engaging with somebody in a serious manner. Like, you're kind of doing this like, like, yeah, come on, dude, you know you shouldn't do that, but like, fucking fucking A, man, right? Like, yeah, that's not like engaging with a troll. And another example is that, like, engaging with a troll, if you're legitimately becoming, now, I don't see this with any loaded weight, because I don't think it's weak or bad to get emotional. But if you're getting genuinely emotional when you respond to somebody and it's actually upsetting you, it's probably not a very effective engagement either, because now people are seeing that they can get a rise out of you when you do something. If you feel like you're capable of seeing a negative comment in chat, taking that comment and saying, "Hey, listen, dude, I know that you're saying this, but this isn't really cool for these reasons, and we don't really tolerate that here," and you ban somebody like that, or you give them a weak ban or a mute or whatever. I think that if you engage in a behavior like that, you have a consistent pattern of doing it, over time, your community will reflect your values.
Also to add in, I think there's a third extreme, aside from the first, and I'm aware of this, and yeah, I still don't do it, but I think, and I heard us talking about this in the beginning, but so when someone says something that's just hateful and just fucked up, I think what we do is we call them a fucking loser, fucking idiot, and then we permaban them, right? But what we don't understand, and I hate to high road a little bit here, but I think it actually is the right answer, even though I'm not going to follow it probably, but I should. What happens is you have to understand, in his world, in the reality he's living in, he truly sees what he just said to you. In this, at least for this instance, I'll give this example. He sees that as the truth. So when you just, obviously for your world, it's the complete opposite. So when you answer with a, you fucking idiot, that's just so fucked up of you, you piece of shit, and you permaban, you're not really, the situation isn't being helped. He's not going to say, oh, fuck, I went too far. It's only going to further justify and perpetuate the hate and criticism he has for you. And nothing's going to be solved there except for...
Well,
right?
Well, that's kind of true. Like, you also can't put, it's not like the responsibility of any streamer to subject themselves to constantly educating toxic fucks in chat. Like there, and then the problem is like to even explain some of these things like requires an exhausting amount of time. Like how fucking irritating it might be if you're a female streamer and you've got a person that comes in and it's like, oh wow, you look very pretty today or whatever. And you get like comments like that, like to even begin to explain like, okay, this is like really irritating. Like it's already like, that's like a 30-minute fucking conversation. And you don't always have the time or the opportunity to like go off and like explain everything. So I can understand for some people you're just like, okay, fuck you, and then you ban them. I think it's okay. Like I think like generally you have like a responsibility to like, try to set the tone for your community and make people understand things. But I don't think that I don't think you're obligated to with every single person you ban. Like that's putting quite an onus on a streamer, I think.
No, I agree with your first explanation of like just saying, hey, we don't tolerate that here and setting an example. I think that's probably the best approach. It's like a middle ground of not tolerating it, but also not giving them attention per se.
Yeah. One of the things that we learn in human behavior is this is more what we call a field called applied behavioral analysis. But people, live based in reward systems. It's how human behaviors get developed. It's experiences that, they're being shaped by how they're rewarded. And the reality of somebody that's like really trolling the chat is a punishment for them doing that troll is still attention. Trying to help them, trying to support them, it's attention. And yeah, there's some things to be said about potentially just going through and trying to save this troll and trying to win them over, or the chat white knighting and trying to defend. But I think it's almost from what I see and what I've experienced in using this technique is just simply just going straight for the ban or simply not acknowledging. Because when we starve that attention-seeking behavior, and there's no outlet for that, there's no response to that. Eventually, you just learn through that process of socialization that, oh, okay, got it. This isn't going to get me what I want. It's tough to say, especially as you're working with people that are increasingly older. But I think at the average Twitch age. Average Twitch chat age anyways, that still works if you simply don't give any kind of attention whatsoever. Now that gets mixed up if they go and they find attention somewhere else. They go to the next channel and then they get exactly what they're looking for.
That's been my biggest issue for my emotes and stuff like that. Yes, I
that
can
works in
completely
theory, but
agree
not
with that.
always.
I feel like I've so when it comes to people coming into the chat and saying really hateful or mean stuff about either other streamers or like I react to a lot of things, so sometimes they'll say something really mean about the person on screen but not me. That's where I found success in doing like Destiny's approach and going, hey, we don't talk like that here, because I'll see them say something really mean about like the woman on screen, and I'll just let them know that that's not cool and that doesn't help the other people in chat that may resemble that woman or relate to that woman. You know what I mean? But then doing your approach when it's someone that's like attacking me for no reason, a lot of the times I just ban them, just either 1 week, 2 weeks, or permanently, because I think starving them of that attention is important. Well, for some. And it's easier on me because like you guys said, it's exhausting to educate every single person.
That's well said. I agree with that as well. Boys, I'll tell you what, if we can somehow muster together, get this to, 11,500, I'll throw in 3,500 to put it at a nice 15K. Let's come together, boys. We're almost there. We're $504 away. 504. Huge love to everyone that came to the show tonight. I think, does everyone feel satisfied, like in terms of, things they wanted to talk about?
Sorry. I'll just shooting off one final question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So a lot of the times people feel like they have friends that they know need help, but you can't really force somebody to do it. What do you do if you have a friend that's in a situation where you feel like, hey, like this person seems like we'll use gaming as an unhealthy attachment or engagement with gaming. Like, how do you encourage a friend like that to do something when it seems like you're overstepping your boundaries or it's not really your place to talk?
Yeah, that's a good question. And we kind of touched on it previously. And I think there's a couple of different approaches, but the one that I've just found the most success with, anytime I'm trying to figure out how to talk with somebody about how they're feeling, anytime I'm trying to talk with somebody and encourage them to kind of get help if possible, is kind of giving them these three options when we go into a conversation is, one, you should definitely reach out. You should definitely check in. In doing so, offering, hey, do you want me to listen to you? Do you want me to be here and just listen? Do you want me to give advice? Or do you want me to get involved in any way? And not necessarily expecting that that's going to solicit an immediate response. Really, that might just be, no, I'm good. I appreciate that. But as things continue to get challenging and you've kind of created that role that you're here, not necessarily within any expectation, but simply to be supportive, that really paves the way for that conversation. Now, if you're seeing somebody who's genuinely at a place where this person's like declining, like I can tell this person is emotionally distraught, not doing well, it's totally acceptable to just openly discuss that. Hey, and totally correct me if I'm wrong, but it just seems like you've been having a really difficult time lately. Would you like me to listen, and just be here for you to vent? Do you want me to give advice, or do you want me to get involved? And using that as that series of prompts to continue to place yourself in this active role, so that one day where it is, yeah, I'm actually looking for some advice, or yeah, if you could get involved. I think it's just, when we talk about friends, especially lately, we don't pave those kinds of roads in our friendships anymore. We don't pave that road where it's okay to have that conversation without someone feeling like, no, I'm not weak. Like, I don't need that, or I'm not comfortable with you asking me about those things. Maybe to some degree we have to redefine what friends means. But certainly in the context of what I imagine a friendship to be, even with a little bit of resistance, ultimately, I'm either going to kind of directly, go into that situation and have that conversation with them, or I'm going to make sure that they know that I'm here and that it's okay to have that conversation whenever they're ready.
Yeah, I think that sounds about right, and that kind of adds to everything that we've talked about today with Dr. K on, and I think you elaborated a little bit more on your point from what you were talking about earlier. And I think it's just being there. And since we're in here, Destiny, Dr. K pretty much said he's had instances where, someone's told him that he wants to kill himself, and it happens to end up that he wants like a chocolate bar. Goes to the gas station, and the gas station attendant is very nice, gives him a nice smile, and that was it. That was the trigger that decided, allowed him to decide not to take his life. So it's like things like that. So I think the moral of that is just, just be there. Just like if you're there in support, these instances will like create themselves in a way, just out of does that make sense? Just out of the passive support of being there. Does that, Jason, is that kind of?
No, that makes perfect sense. I think, you know, sometimes we see a very sad reality where people don't have that in their life, and that can be very challenging. Or they've grown up in a way where they're resistant to allowing people to be that person in their life, and it almost becomes this self-fulfilling prophecy. Like they don't believe anyone can be there for them, but they also don't allow people to be there for them, and then people who are trying to be there for them eventually burn out, and they're not there for them. And that kind of is just like the proof to them, like, of, yeah, I don't deserve anybody to reach out to. That's a pretty hard reality to see. But I think, you know, as somebody who struggled with mental health issues a lot in the past, I think one of the scariest things that I, you know, realized is I felt like I burned way too many bridges, where I needed help and I wanted help, but I didn't ask for it in the right ways, or people didn't ask me in the right ways, I felt. And so it just didn't happen. And eventually those people gave up. And, you know, as much as I could understand why they would give up, it also facilitated that thought process of like, yeah, everybody just gives up on me anyways. So I think in building that bridge with those three questions, you're ultimately creating a relationship with somebody that allows for those conversations to happen.
Well said. Thank you. It was an absolute pleasure having you on, Jason. Thank you for coming on. These hours, the fact that you and Dr. K both, you know, both of you are, you know, for the most part, for what I know, you know, you guys have nice, you know, good schedules, responsible, take care of yourselves. And these schedules are completely, you know, I don't know if this is a politically incorrect word, but complete degenerate hours. So I really do appreciate you and Dr. K taking the time and, you know, hanging out with us, raising awareness, you know, helping inform people, and, you know, bringing us all together. It really does mean a lot. Thank you so much. And thank you for, you know, working with the Scuffed podcast, and, you know, creating a page for us on for Rise Above Disorder, a donation page, alerts, all these things that there was no need for you to do it all, and you still did. So I really do appreciate that. That means a lot to me. And boys, hearts and chat for Jason here. His organization's amazing. The fact that he's taking care of so many different people that, you know, can't afford health insurance or are in situations where they can't get the help they need because of, you know, money or a situational thing or where they live. It's absolutely amazing. These are the type of organizations that I would support, and I think everyone should support. So huge love. Thank you so much, Jason. Do you have any last words?
Just thank you. I know this, you mentioned this is like degenerate hours, but
yeah,
I mean, these are the hours where we're finding so many people who need help. Yeah. You know, maybe not to the degree that they're degenerates, but
yeah.
to the degree that, yeah, it's hard to sleep. It's hard to take care of yourself when you're struggling. And so there's a lot of people like it's just, you know, so many people reaching out. Like I can scroll almost infinitely on my emails, the amount of people that have now filled out these intake forms and will directly utilize these donations. Like, I mean, we've just spent the last few hours fundraising for people within chat who have always wanted to get better and just couldn't. So that's a pretty beautiful thing. Yeah. So I appreciate you creating that opportunity, and everybody here that's joined for creating that opportunity and being willing to have those conversations.
It's a group effort, 100%. Everyone, all of you, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Just being here alone, I'm sure all of you know the effect of it alone. It, you know, causes your communities to come in, support, passively support. So a lot of love to each and every one of you. I really do appreciate it. I know a lot of you, you know, have lives tomorrow and things to do, and I'm sorry it went so late, like usual. So, mods, if you could please create a block with all their links. I know some of you don't care for that stuff, but I'd rather just, you know, do it anyways. Huge love to Abdu2Beastie, twitch.tv/Abdu2Beastie. Thank you, Abdu. Twitch.tv/AdeptTheBest. Thank you, Adept. I love having you on. You know, you're confident in what you believe. You're, you know, well-spoken, and I love how you just say what's on your mind. I love that. So
thank you. I want to say thank you to Train and thank you to Jason for all that you do. Appreciate it.
And Devin, yeah. Amaranth, thanks for being here. I'm actually liking, you know, I'm liking you a lot. I mean, you know, if you're free Thursdays, you're more than welcome to, you know, join us as a regular guest.
Okay.
You know,
That'd be fun.
I think this side of you is a side that many people don't get to see. Therefore, they just like start assuming things. So I think it's a really good thing once a week, to, you know, to show this side. So thanks for coming on. Twitch.tv/Amaranth, guys. Please check her out. And huge love to, oh, I forgot to turn this camera on. I'm so sorry. Huge love to Charlie here, boys. I still call him Moist. I know you guys make fun of me for that, but you know, I just go by, yeah. Huge, Charlie, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I know you had plans today on your stream. Guys, for those of you that don't know, Charlie had plans. He made, you know, he put some stuff in stone. He literally cut it short just to join us. So please, please, please show him some love. And tomorrow or whatever day he goes live next, you know, go in there and support him to make up, you know. So I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much, Charlie. It was a blast.
You're acting like I'm a hero, bro. I was just watching some like garbage shit on YouTube, man. It's not a big deal. This was a great cause. I think it was a really nice thing you did here today.
Thank you, Charlie. I appreciate that. I'm gonna get your links.
Agreed.
Go ahead.
Actually, agreed. That was very nice.
Oh,
thanks for setting it up, and thanks for having us all on, dude. It was nice. I'm sorry I couldn't be of much help. I just thought that some of my input would have been pretty prepared. I just kind of sat down and listened, and I'm glad I listened.
I actually think that goes a long way. The effect of just listening, especially being such a big content creator you are, like the effect that gives off to your viewers that, you know, some are older, some are younger. I think that's a good step to, you know, earlier we were talking about role models, right? I think that's good. The fact you could sit here, listen, I think has a positive effect on your community as well. Not to mention your community passively supports the stream, and, you know, we move up in exposure, thus bringing more awareness to more people. So XQC, I appreciate it, man. Twitch.tv/XQcOverwatch. You already know that. All of you are already following, but please follow him. Twitch.tv is Moist Critical, guys. Mods, just keep spamming it. Spam it until people are annoyed. Twitch.tv says Destiny. Huge love. Came in today. I love the vibes. I love the vibes from everybody, including you, Destiny. XQ, you know, people like joined a little later. Thank you so much. Twitch.tv is Destiny, guys. Make sure to follow him. He's a political streamer on the platform, and he covers a lot of stuff. Twitch.tv/Devin Nash, co-host, co-producer, absolute legend. He connected me with Jason, so, you know, please give him the credit he deserves. Great guy. Podcast wouldn't be anywhere near where it is without him. So please show him some love. And yeah, Twitch.tv is Devin Nash. And a huge shout out to you again, Jason. I really do appreciate you know, collabing with us and getting together on short notice. So thank you so much. And yeah, for those of you that want to listen to the podcast, if you want to listen to this again, or if you want to, you know, refer to some friends, you can just do !point podcast in the chat, guys. And it'll bring you the link to Spotify, Google, iTunes, everything. So you can check it out there, or you can go to YouTube and check it out there. I think we have, what are we at, Devin? 40,000 downloads a week, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's
and the reviews are also off the charts. A lot of people reviewed last week as well. So we'll read those because next week's the 100 podcast, right?
Well, yeah. For the reviews, I'm going to continue reading them tomorrow because I feel like the reviews are more like, you know, I mean, it's not like the right atmosphere. So next week we'll continue.
I agree. Yeah, definitely. I mean, literally anytime you read them is productive because people go and do it. So yeah,
I agree.
It doesn't matter when it is.
Next week, guys, I'll read double the reviews. So make sure to go review it. And, you know, I'll read some 5-star reviews tomorrow, next week, which is the 100th anniversary. And so far, the special guest we have is Nick Merckx, and we have a few others joining him. So it should be a good time. And, you know, obviously XQ is usually busy, and, you know, some of the other regulars will be invited. You know, Destiny, Charlie, Adept, all of you guys are welcome. Abdu, my man, I need you hype in there. Anyways, thank you guys. I love you all. We hit $15,206. Huge love. Thank you so much to everybody.
And because he won't do it himself, huge shout out to Trainwreckstv for making this possible. This is 3 fucking charities he's done this this year, right? Like, we've had a pretty shitty year. We're only 7 months in, but Train himself has raised over $70,000 for charity through this podcast, including $15,000 for RAD today through you guys. So thank you, Train, for everything you do for Twitch. You are like literally the most underrated broadcaster. Thank you, man. It's awesome.
Thanks, Devin. Appreciate the love, man. All right, guys, have a great night. Thank you so much. I love you all. Positive vibes. Hey, keep your heads up. Hey, the year could get worse. If it does, keep your heads up. And, you know, DM me. I probably won't answer for maybe 3 days. But hey, when I do see it, I'll send you a heart or something, and something that, I don't know. I was trying to make a joke. It was bad. All right. Love you guys.
I love you guys. I have to go to sleep.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
See you later.
Goodbye.
Bye.